getting into the game, we're going to tab over to the screen. I'm going to turn some music on for you guys, and I'm going to need a little bit of help, KnightLites, if I'm being honest with you, because I don't fully remember where we left off, but I have a feeling that you guys will. So, let me grab some music, if it'll load, and I can say, let's go around the table and each of you remind me of one thing that happened last session. Nightfall, what's something you remember from last session?
From last session?
Yeah.
Did Salcom try to get information last session from some spirits?
Yes.
That happened, and we learned about a lot of bullshit.
Yes.
Namely, there's some stuff happening in the north, and there's something coming to Golden Fields.
Yes. Triscare, what's something you remember from last session?
Where the entirety of Faerun is apparently boned, according to Gond himself.
Yeah.
To the point of get yourselves a new timeline.
And, oh, sorry.
And it's now a matter of, oh crap, we have to prepare.
Bertramila, what's something you remember from last session?
I remember Gond gave Trace, Lawrence, a really fucking heavy rock and told him to get a dragon to breathe on it.
Brightwind, you weren't here last session. What's the last thing you remember?
I had a investigation into the I don't remember the name of the farmlands. The basically I was trying to track down this creature and didn't really find it per se, but I had a conversation with a horse and I ran into Zaraj at the end of it.
Right. Delta, what's something you remember from last session?
After helping get Moonshadow, I can't remember her first name.
Tula,
there we go. After helping get Tula situated at the health clinic, just say, we came back and ended up in Rochelle's, and there was something about the whole Giants code of conduct that was going screwy.
Yeah. Gamzetus, what is... Oh, sorry.
And, something about Golden Fields. And a giant... a fortress in the clouds.
Yeah.
Coming our way.
Wonder what that could be about. Gamzetus, what's something you remember from last session?
Salcom talked to Kelio.
Nightfall said that.
Oh, fuck.
It's alright.
I thought he was just going about, he just said Salcom got information from Rochelle.
I didn't say everything about you communing with some spirit. I just mentioned that you did it, and what we learned.
Now I have to remember oh yeah, Pierce is now OSHA compliant.
I forgot about that. You are correct.
Pierce is wearing something made of this material called plastic now.
Okay, so who do we want to catch up with? I feel like we should catch up with Rockham because it's been a bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Rockham deserves some spotlight for a bit.
Just fair warning, I am dealing with a bit of dog drama as well. So you might hear Havoc in the background.
That's fine. Havoc can be dramatic all at once. So yeah, so we catch up to Brightwind, not very far outside of Waterdeep, just in the farms immediately outside of Waterdeep, about a couple of hours from the city gates. You met with Zaraj, you met with a bounder, you told them you told them about the people who had gotten petrified. You gave him the horse, I think.
Yeah.
And then you and Zaraj were heading back to town? Right?
Zaraj said he'd
You're right, Zaraj said he would have the Zens move into the farmhouse, and you were heading back to town.
Yeah, and he told me to go check up on Braden, basically.
Right. So you were a ways out, and you moved towards the actual coast. So Do we fade in on Rockham like walking up the beach? Did you go down to the water for a reason?
I don't think I'd have a reason to.
Okay, so just like through the fenced paddocks and farm fields around Waterdeep. Okay, just like up the main road.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I think that's reasonable.
Take the easy way back.
Yeah, it doesn't take long at all. We just see you like passing through the town, or not town, passing through the fields. You know, some people like wave to you. A couple of people shout like, "It's Sock'em the Harper!" You know.
That joke is never gonna die.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You guys look identical. What do you want from me?
No, we don't. He has red tattoos. I have. Wait, no. I have red tattoos. He has black.
No, you fucked yourself on that one. The joke is out.
I can't help but wonder if it's all accidental or some of it's just messing with them.
I mean, the GM is certainly messing with them, but the people
100%.
I think are genuine.
Okay.
There's got to be a couple of them that found out it bugs one of the two, and they just don't care which one.
Right, but also like you could not have like I know that was a mistake from you, Gamzee, but you could not have done that better. Like, we don't look the same. He's got red markings and fuck. Like, that was good.
Oh, I'm actually mad about it because that was I can't even fake it as that being like, haha, that was planned to funny. No, I actually fucked that up.
Yo, but it was comedically perfect, so
Yeah,
it's
it was
fine.
The
Excellently
best funny
timed.
is never fucking meant.
So, Rolcom, you're walking through the fields, and like, are you doing anything, or are you just heading back to the city?
I think he's doing his usual, you know, keeping eye on the surroundings, just because it's something he's used to doing. But
Okay, can you make a
It's possible.
perception check for me, please?
sure thing. Perception's a skill on my sheet somewhere.
Yeah,
There it is. It's been a minute.
no worries. Oh yeah, I set this DC at 20, so you're good.
Okay.
Are you like watching like around you, or are you focused on getting back into the city?
I'm watching around me because creepy shit's been going down.
Cool. So as you can imagine, in farmland, in area designated for farmland, you can see a long way.
Mhm.
And you can see like as far. I think it's fair to say you can see as far inland as you can see to the horizon on the ocean, right?
Mhm.
So, a ways away, like several miles, like more than a day of travel away, on the far side of the field, you can see a forest, right? There's a forest outside Waterdeep, kind of to the east, away from the sea, right?
Mhm.
You're not going to get there anytime soon, but you can see it, because you're in farmland. There's a weird cloud over the forest.
A weird cloud.
A weird cloud. There's a weird cloud over the forest. It's, you know how clouds have shapes?
Yeah.
It's a different shape and texture than the other clouds. It's also a little too, like, put together, if that makes sense. Like, clouds kind of roll and diffuse over the course of the day. This cloud retains its shape. And it's just kind of out there to the east, to the northeast-ish. Every time, and you're heading south back into toward Waterdeep. So, you know, you look around, every time you glance over at the forest, the cloud's still there, same shape, and it's kind of weird.
Huh. Like, I'm familiar to clouds with the degree of, you know, I've seen rain clouds and like a
Yeah,
snowstorm.
you're familiar with clouds to the degree of that you were a farmer and a hunter for most of your life, yeah.
Would it be? Does it look like it might be natural in some sense? If I try and relate it to any of those?
It's real far away. That's gonna be difficult to tell. Make an insight
Well,
check.
Let me see if I don't think I have a spyglass, but I'm double checking.
Yeah, that spyglass would help.
I don't think I have one.
That would be a good thing for you to get.
Yeah, I'm gonna add that to make a note of that. Get a spyglass. Job done.
Those are expensive as hell.
They are, except you know a Dragonborn that wears glasses, so he could probably hook you up with a lens maker.
Yeah, and I still have some gold left over, so.
Hey, you right.
And also,
Yeah.
the price in the book is dumb, so.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So,
like
insight?
you don't have a spyglass, but make a insight or investigation, whichever one you think would behoove you more. They're going to give you different information.
I'm leaning inside just because I'm better at it. But
Okay.
worst case, I'll Dracon here. That'll be
Yeah.
fun.
Okay, that's a good roll for you. No, this is not natural.
Sorry.
That was pretty good.
It might be natural, but it would have to have some freak circumstances to get a cloud that different and that dense from wherever the fuck that pressure system is supposed to be and put it there by its lonesome amidst these other clouds. It's kind of like the equivalent. Have you ever seen that picture? This is such a dumb fucking thing that I'm about to say. This is one of the dumbest things I have seen or I've said as a GM. Bear with me. Have you seen that picture of the really big cow?
I have
That
seen
feels
many
like something
pictures.
The
that's
one with
come
the
up
giant ass muscles.
I have shown Brightwind many pictures of many big cows. You're gonna have to specify.
Yeah, specifically, there's a picture of, like, it's like the world record for the largest cow. It's a big black and white cow standing in a herd of brown cows, and it's like, from its knees up, there's just this cow. It's that big.
I think I know the one.
It's kind of like that.
Okay.
Like, in the fact that, like, there's clouds around it, and these clouds are, like, what I'm saying is the cow is a cow, but it's weird looking, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like that. The cloud is a cloud, but it's weird looking.
This might be like pure Sarkani territory.
I wouldn't say with even as well as you rolled, with an insight check, because it's so far away, I don't think you can tell that if it's magical or not.
It gives a weird vibe.
It definitely gives a weird vibe. Yes, that cow exactly, Birchmila, thank you.
There you go. That's a big cow.
Yeah, it's a big fucking cow. But, like, you see how, like, it's very obviously, like, this is a cow. It's a cow in a herd. It's meant to be there. But also, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's kind of the situation with the clouds.
Okay.
And yes, that is the dumbest fucking comparison I've ever made as a game master, and I'm not sorry.
I love it.
Hey, if it works, it's not dumb.
Yeah,
If we
right.
ever turn into cows, I'm turning into that one.
I'm speaking Brightwind's language, so...
Yes. Thank you.
But yeah, but also, like... You walk for, like, an hour. You, like, look around. And, look, the sky is different, because it's been an hour, right?
Mhm.
Clouds in the same spot.
Huh. Then he's just under his breath. Weird cloud.
And yeah, so we'll say it's like early afternoon. You can see the gates of the walls of the city in the distance.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't before. You're like coming down a hill because the farmlands raise up away from the sea, right? And you see coming out of the gates. Like, you don't see him coming out of the gates, but like on the road, like he left the gates, hurrying, like not trying to be stealthy. You see who you know is Derek.
Huh.
And
Yeah, I'll like hurry over to meet him.
yeah, he's like running up to you. He's like out of breath. And he like immediately he like puts his hands on your shoulders. You know how in Lord of the Rings when Gandalf comes back from researching the ring, comes back to the Shire, he kind of manhandles Frodo a little bit.
Yeah.
He kind of does that to you, kind of like puts his hand on your shoulders, runs them down your arms, pats your chest a couple times, like looking you over. Like something's got him worried, and
Yeah,
like he sees that
like,
you're
have
all
his
right,
moment.
and he like calms down and is like, "You're all right.
Yeah. Are you?
Better now, as my heart calms down." like
did I miss
leans against a fence, and you hear his like hook swords clank together.
Yeah, and I'll like pull out my water skin, offer it to him.
Yeah, he takes a pull from it, kind of twists it to get the water out, holds it back to you, nods. Fuck.
Is everything all right?
No, definitely not.
I'm gonna like give him a minute to catch his breath.
We figured out what you're hunting.
I'm glad you did, because I didn't really get much.
Well, I say we figured out what you're hunting. What I mean is we have an idea of what you're hunting. To put it simply, it's beyond you.
Yeah, I kind of got that feeling.
What'd you find?
Not
Like-
much.
Like hops up on the lowest like rung of a fence to like get eye level with you, like perches on the top of the fence.
And yeah, just kind of go over like the houses I found.
So
People
do
turned
that.
to stone. There were a couple of the farmhouses I checked out. Sticks of thumb overs back down the road.
More than
A
one.
couple hours that way. People were turned to stone, statue-like. Dog too.
Cockatrice.
What?
Really big chicken, basically.
And I spoke with one of the horses, and
I'm gonna just let that go past me.
magic. That's it. Well, I'm trying to find the words in my notes.
Mhm.
When it
You're gonna try to tell us this man has never heard of the spell Speak with Animals after
that,
traveling with a bard and a wizard.
no, that's why he said he's gonna let it go past him. It's just the way Rockham
Yeah.
said it.
with the horse I talked with, said it was gassy, and when it belched, there were screams. I'm not really sure what it put together with that, but it's a horse, so I don't know if cockatrices scream when they belch.
No, the problem is we're not entirely sure what these things are capable of. Not a cockatrice. I meant to say you probably concluded it was a cockatrice.
Oh.
But
Yeah,
the fact
I
you don't know
kinda
what it
had a-
is. Point being, we're dealing with Dragonkin.
Probably, yeah. Which is pretty far out of my purview.
More than that, they're... You know what planes are?
I think I've heard the word mentioned a few times.
Usually I'm referring to an elemental spirit, but yeah.
He kind of nods like I've
These are
general idea.
Dragonkin from somewhere else.
And I
It's
think
like-
he can't really go pale per se, but
Right.
stiffens with it.
It's like putting a grizzly bear in the city. Throws everything off.
That it would.
You have the ability to find Dragonkin. You know that, right?
I think so. Let me go through my ability.
You have the modified primeval awareness that Nightfall and I worked on for Vom. I put it in Tales and in the forum. Like, you could find out... Like, you didn't use this the entire time, I don't think. You
I
could
think because when this session happened, we were still switching that over.
No, because this session happened like 3 weeks ago, and Kilios had this ability for over like 3 months, 4 months.
Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up.
I think the issue might be you're not in your favorite terrain.
Maybe, yeah, because my favorite terrain's... Well, no. Forest and plain.
Oh yeah, no, you're in plains.
Huh.
Yeah, you could have used primeval awareness for Dragonkin. I just don't think you did.
might not
The
have
primeval
come-
awareness specifically states dragons. I don't know if it'd work for Dragonkin, would it?
No, it absolutely would.
Yeah. I'll post it in Tails chat again, but I have it right here.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
like
I'll make sure I have...
yeah, make sure you have
So-
this ability on your sheet. Because remember, with Tasha's came out with a bunch of stuff that replaced your old abilities, and I was like, no, fuck that, you get both.
Yeah.
Make sure you have this ability.
I have it in combined version. I just put it in Tails.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go in and make sure all that's correct.
I've been working on the brewer's cellar stuff in my free time.
Speaking of which, we need to get that put out way sooner.
There's a lot of stuff.
People have been asking, dude.
Yes, I'm aware, and there is a lot of stuff. We need to sit down sometime soon.
Anyway, Derek has ranger levels.
He needs at least 3 to do this one.
Yeah, he's an Order of the Lycan Blood Hunter as his primary class, but his secondary class, yeah, he's a 3rd level ranger, so like he could do this as well.
He should have a subclass as well in ranger.
Yeah, he probably should, but I don't
level.
have it. However, I think his favorite what is his favorite terrain?
Spooky bullshit.
Yeah, I think his is like Underdark and Forest. So I don't think he can do it here.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Because I deal with ranger stuff too. If, let's say, you were in your favorite terrain and you use this ability, and it detects out to 6 miles out, does that cut off once it changes to a different terrain? That's not your favored?
Yes. If the quarry goes into terrain that is not your favorite terrain, it would cut off.
Okay.
So Derek says, I don't know about you, but I can sense the presence of...
I think he should have only... And level 3, he should only have a 1 favored terrain.
Then it's probably a Underdark for him. It's either Underdark or Forest, I don't remember which one. Anyway, he says, I can sense the presence of specific foes. Old, powerful souls. If I'm in my element, so to speak.
Yeah, I have. If I'm being honest, I was a bit shooken up by the whole ordeal, so I can do things similar to that, but it just didn't occur to me in the moment.
This your terrain? This your stomping ground?
As close to it as one can get.
Now, here's the thing. You traveled for a couple of hours away from the farm. I think it's fair you traveled more than 6 miles.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you
Sorry,
find
I'm checking
anything?
over notes. I mean, not really. Just animals, statue people. Looking over my notes.
You got anything that you're specialized in hunting?
Yeah. Right now I have it set to aberrations and beasts, but I believe I was told to change the aberrations.
No?
I feel like that was a conversation. It's been a minute.
I mean, it was, but you said you could... You said you wanted to keep it, and I was like, okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's taken most aberrations and beasts, or what I've been used to tracking.
You're not gonna find many aberrations in this kind of terrain.
Sure.
Better suited for below ground. You spend a lot of time below ground?
Not really.
Good. That's not for the likes of you.
Yeah, I prefer to be on the ground, not under it.
Dragons. They got that old soul I was talking about.
Nods.
So, they always resonate with the land, so to speak. Aberrations do too, for what it's worth. Just Keep that in mind if you know how to do it and you're out hunting quarry.
I will, thank you.
We should head back.
Yeah.
Good that you're safe, but don't take these things lightly. They're not like Rashal.
Yeah, starting to get that feeling.
What if you... And he stops. And he's, like, sitting on a fence with his back more or less to Waterdeep, looking at you.
Yeah.
And he, like... You see him, like... He starts to say something. He starts to get up and he stops and he looks past you. And he says... What is that?
And he, like, flips around.
Yeah, you flip around and he's looking out at the forest in the distance, like you were.
Like, trace where his eyes are going. Is he looking at the cloud?
Yeah, he's looking at the cloud. And he rolled really well on his investigation. Which is not a roll that you made. You rolled insight.
Yeah.
He rolled an investigation, and like you look back at him, and he's like narrowing his eyes. He's like sniffing the air like Wolverine. And he growls.
Any idea what that is?
There's stonework.
Stonework?
He nods. I know what I just said. And he like points at the cloud. There's stonework peeking out around the mist. That's a building.
That? I think he kind of like stops himself. He's not really sure what word he wants to use there. A mix of concerning and confusing. It's concerning and a bit confusing.
Doesn't make any sense to me either.
Yeah. There might be someone in Waterdeep who can tell us more.
Yeah. You didn't find the dragon? You're sure?
I looked around for a while. Either it was really well hidden or it was gone.
Did you find any trace of it?
Yeah, and I'll fish through my pack and... Because I had those bloody bandages and that tracking that I found.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll hand those to him. See if he can make sense of it.
He takes the bloody bandages, like holds it up to his mouth, sniffs it, like retches, pulls his nose back and spits on the ground, holds it back out to you.
Yeah, take it, roll it back up.
It's not dragon blood, at least not, in the alchemic sense. But it's not orc blood either. Whatever that is, it's something I've never seen before. Never smelled before. And if that's the case, or rather, if we go off the theory that it's a dragon from somewhere else, that makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe it changes shapes?
Do you really want to think about that?
Not really, but that's the best guess I have right now.
And he keeps looking past you at the cloud.
Yeah.
And he's definitely, not vibing with it. Let's get back. Tristan and the others, they're worried about you alone with this dragon. It's that much of a threat, and that thing, and points past you, it's that's not right.
Yeah, it makes the... Does he have hair on the back of his neck?
Rock?
Yeah,
Probably doesn't have hair at all.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because for me it'd be it makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I'm trying to figure out what the equivalent of that would be.
I mean, he would still have that. That's what goosebumps are, dude. Whenever you get goosebumps on your skin, that's the same action that would cause fur to raise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely gives me goosebumps. It's unsettling.
I say we talk to a wizard. So, Percival or Tula. Let's get moving. Oh, Brightwood said BRB. So, in the meantime, where do we want to catch up? Do we want to catch up with Pierce and Lawrence? We want to catch up with Connie and Brayden.
I want to see the shenanigans that Pierce and Lawrence get up to with this rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we cut back to Lawrence's apartment, somewhat disused. In his, it's a blessed apartment. By Gond, it generates whatever you need, and you've been gifted this incredibly heavy, vaguely spherical stone.
I want to do something with the stone.
Okay.
It's just a hunch, but I want to attempt to cast Identify with it using the amulet I have. If that, I don't know if that'll produce any effect. I don't know if it's magical or not. But
that's what I was gonna say. Okay.
Did you not try that last session? It was just this rock.
No, I did not.
No, we didn't.
Could have sworn.
Here's a weird thing. As the GM, I would like your guys' ruling on this.
Okay.
Dragon scales can be used in magic potions, magic armor, spell components. They come from a magical creature, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, dragon scales, for all of their properties, are lizard skin, right?
Right.
Okay.
If you cast Detect Magic on, Detect Magic would do something. If you cast Identify on a dragon scale, would you get anything?
I would argue maybe the species of dragon.
But, like, not much. Not much.
Yeah, I would say a very general reaction, but that'd be about it.
Like, for all of its magical properties, it is itself effectively a mundane object, right?
Right.
The magic potions count as magical,
Yes.
and the plants themselves aren't. So yeah, I would say technically no. It would
Okay.
not win.
Then you cast Identify on it, nothing happens.
Do you happen to have Z's prepared?
I don't know that spell.
Okay, you cast Identify on it off of your badge and nothing happens.
It's not off my badge. It's an amulet, like a necklace.
Right, but it's your Blackstaff badge, right? It's your Force Grey badge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so nothing happens.
It itself isn't magical, but
I mean, at that point, Lawrence would probably just open the nearest door for supplies of what he has in mind.
But I imagine it's like some gemstones. They can be used for magical purposes, but not themselves.
Spin your mic, you're quiet.
Any better?
Much.
It itself isn't magic, but it can react in a way to create a magic effect. Whatever it is, it's supposed to react to gold dragon fire.
Dragonfire in general, I believe. That said, I think this is less magic and more holy. Or at least divine.
Well, divine is a classification of magic, but your point is still, it stands. So, what do you want to do, Lawrence?
So, Lawrence has the door open with his supplies that he
we saw in the last session your supply closet with the like dollies and stuff and the warning label.
Yeah, he
on
closed
it.
the door and it
Right.
was let me think. He opens it back up to just have basically what you need to build like a brace and a gimbal setup and things of that nature.
Okay.
And he's had specifications in his notebook for a while, but he's never really been able to put things to
what is
concrete
the object that you're trying to make?
I'm basically trying to make a rolling cart that can actually take this weight.
Strong enough for the weight. Okay.
Yeah.
So make a Tinker's Tool check. You have the materials supplied by Gond. Not
Tinker's. I've got Smith's tools.
I thought you had both.
No, I had Smith's tools and I have Engraver's tools.
Right, but then you got more tool proficiencies for becoming a Cleric of Gond. I thought.
Oh, I don't recall that, but
do Forge Clerics not get more tools?
It's not from the class Raw, no.
Oh. That's my mistake then. You absolutely have proficiency with Tinker's Tools.
Okay, only just throw that in real fast.
Yeah. But go ahead and make that check with Wisdom. As with all skill checks, as with all tool proficiencies, this is a variable skill check, but in this case, it's Wisdom.
Yeah, here we go.
To intuit putting these things together. Oh, yeah. Now, this will take time. This will take, you have the materials supplied by Gond, and you're not making anything extravagant, but, this is a multi-hour process.
Yeah.
So, Pierce, you've got some time.
Could I use this time to copy some spells from Vodger's old book to mine?
Yeah,
okay.
Totally.
About how many hours would I have?
3.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Well,
on top of that, Pierce also has access to Lawrence's study, so...
Yes, but you don't have wizard spells.
Yeah, you have fair spell. I wonder, is there... Would there be any overlap? No. I know there's some... None?
Not really, not in this case.
Okay.
It'd probably be more in the level of cantrips than anything higher.
So...
And you can't exactly learn, can you? I mean,
if you're going to be copying spells and you're going to be jackhammering like crazy, you guys can just chill for a bit, and we'll circle back to you when some time passes.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Brayden and Connie, did you guys ever make it back to the Good Night's Rest?
I don't think we did. I think we left off in the bookshop, but I don't remember.
Oh, that's right. You went to Rachel's.
Yeah, we've seen...
Are you staying in Rachel's, or are you going somewhere else?
I think what it was we had done was we went in, asked where everyone was because it was empty, and got told that...
You found Salk.
Salk found some things out about the Ordning.
Right, okay, so the 3 of you are in Rashal's shop then, right?
Right.
Okay, so what are the 3... do the 3 of you want to stay in Rashal's, or you want to do something?
I believe we had just decided to head out and go find information elsewhere.
What kind of information and where?
That is a fair question.
I need to know what you guys are doing, unless you guys want to jump to that evening.
Yeah. I think it was we were gonna meet up with everybody else and tell them.
That'll be at sunset, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been thinking a little more in the way of Salkham's new way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're stepping out of the shop, I've got...
I don't know if you are. I'm asking if you're staying in Rachel's or you're going elsewhere.
To the other two, because we were just stepping out last time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I've got an idea for you guys. Oh.
Go on.
I think Salkham looks to Brayden. It's so what's the deal with your mission? Any updates?
Not really. The most I've got to go on is go check out the sewer and deal with it in there.
A sewer, huh?
Mm.
Hey, Waterdeep is a record-keeping city, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Seems pretty meticulous from what I've seen.
Do you think they'd have schematics of the sewer?
I'll do you one better. Pulls out a map of the sewer.
What?
Oh. I already have a map for the sewer.
Oh. Okay.
Picked that up not long after we came here, believe it or not.
Well, for lack of any better ideas, do we just start sweeping one section at a time, or?
Which else passive perception?
Mine is 20. Actually, no, because I've got the bird on me, it's 22.
14.
I've got 11.
Okay. So Brayden, you hear like a light, like impact and exhalation of breath, like in the corner of the alleyway, like near Rachel's shop. The other two of you don't hear it, and then you see like the Black Viper step out.
I was gonna like immediately stops talking and looks over at the alleyway.
Yeah, and she steps out, and she says, about that.
Oh, hey, Viper.
Updates?
Not anything that you're going to want to hear, but I do have an update.
Okay. First of all, are you alright? You seem out of breath.
I jumped off a 4-story building.
That'll do it.
Fair. Just making sure you're alright.
No, I'm fine. Luckily. Unfortunately, there was some difficulties in the sewers.
Such as?
Wait, hold back you went in the sewers yourself.
Preliminarily. I wasn't looking for the thing. I was trying to find some sign of what else might be down there and where you're most likely to go. And I found something.
Go on.
Not only did I find something, I took it to the watch.
That bad? Wow.
You went to the watch.
But not me. Esvili Rosnar.
Yeah.
Right. He like does physical
quotes?
Like air quotes.
Yeah.
You.
So like, she's got a messenger bag on her shoulder. She doesn't usually have it. She pulls it open. She pulls out like a sizable sheaf of like documents. They're loose. They're bound to themselves, but there's different bindings in the pile that she pulled out. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And she like waves them and then puts them back in the messenger bag because it's like hard to hold on to. There's so many. She's like, people have been going missing.
Oh shit.
Nobles mostly, but still.
Okay, so that's really, really bad, but also, please don't think me insensitive for saying this. This is really fortunate.
No, I agree with you. Their last known location in almost all of these cases was near a place with sewer access.
Okay.
And that makes sense for her being in the sewer.
Then we just have to compare the locations listed as their last known locations with the map.
Let's get a map of that. Let's get a map of where they disappeared from, compare them, and see what we get.
I agree with you on all accounts. There's something else you should know, however.
Go on.
The city employs waste eaters for making sure the sewage doesn't back up.
Puddings?
No, though there are puddings down there, yes, but that's not what I'm referring to. They're creatures called Otius.
Oh.
Wait. They're tagged. We're not supposed to harm any of the ones tagged by the city. Apparently, however, they're breeding, so that's a problem.
Oh, that's not good.
I mean, it sounds like an animal.
Mm-hmm. And
Did they give us extra tag? Did they give... Sorry.
There's the usual underground nastiness, shadows, oozes, as you mentioned, mercenaries.
What was that?
Mercenaries.
Is it probably the odd goblin?
Goblins, hobgoblins.
I'm sorry, but if there are puddings, I need to get a new outfit. I need to go to like a thrift store or something.
I can't confirm the rumors, but supposedly there are Chilton reptiles in the sewers.
What?
That doesn't sound pleasant.
Not particularly, no.
Reptiles in the sewers?
Oh, like as in the place that Volo went?
She nods.
Oh, it can't be too bad if Volo went there.
Alright.
And she holds up a
Wizards-
finger.
Cold. Okay.
Undead. Again, unconfirmed.
The undead, I can kind of, yeah. That's
Well,
not a surprise. We did deal with a necromancer not long ago.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. Although, didn't that necromancer turn into a frog thing?
No, they got incinerated by the name
Tristan.
Tristan.
There was a slot there though.
There was a slot there, yeah. That was just secondary.
That frog thing had to come from somewhere, Brayden.
Yeah, there's probably more down there.
Lovely.
So basically, there's a lot of
Bullshit.
yes,
Okay.
but I think these missing people might be of use to us. Where are the others?
Scattered is the answer to that one.
Yeah, we're gonna meet up again this evening.
Well, that gives us enough time to pinpoint these maps.
Yep.
Has the elf
I
been
think-
dealt with?
Hmm?
Has the elf been dealt with?
They're in care currently.
Yeah.
Alright. What about Rainier?
So, Rainier is taking care of the shop.
Right. What about the dragon thing?
That's what Rock's taking care of.
He's taking care of it?
Well, scouting it out.
He's looking into it.
Aye.
It seems like a KnightLites, well, level threat.
Derek's went out to get a hold of him and bring him back. Hopefully before anything bad's happened.
So let's get back to the good night's rest and get these maps sorted.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
so
Tiny's already trying to herd them back towards the good night's rest to take
yeah,
a look at their
totally. Asvili's gonna change and take a bath, but other than that, so some time passes for all of you. We see Rockham and Derek get back into the city. We see Pierce and Lawrence like get the orb on the souped up dolly. And then we see you guys like sitting around a table in the bottom of the Goodnight Trust, like marking places on a map. And then it all coalesces together with Lawrence and Pierce walking into Troll Skull Alley with the dolly. Shortly after them comes Rock and Derek, and you all meet up. Like,
Wasn't Lawrence going to do something special?
I thought he was going to take it to Rashal.
Yeah.
But he was going to do something special to bring it to Rashal.
Yeah, he's making the souped up dolly to take it to Rashal.
Yeah.
Ah.
So you guys can meet up outside the Good Night's Rest, is what I'm trying to say. Speaking of Troll Skull Alley, however, I meant to ask you guys something.
Mhm.
This has never come up so far. It's a very minor thing, but just for the sake of it. Because you changed the name of the inn, did you remove the Troll Skull?
No.
No.
No, it's a landmark.
Did you clean the Troll Skull?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably?
Yeah,
Probably happened at some point.
Did you paint it?
No.
I don't think so.
I wouldn't think
No.
we would have.
I think
a gleaming white
got-
troll skull actually looks nice in my mind. So
I
nah.
was just wondering.
We might
I
have
think
done
it got
something.
prestige or something.
I was about to say we might have put something on it to like help preserve it, but we didn't like paint it.
Okay. So yeah, so like we see the shot from inside Troll Skull, or the Good Night's Rest, excuse me. You guys look out the big windows in the front of the shop and you see Lawrence and Pierce, and then right behind them Rockham and Derek coming back into the alleyway.
Aye, I think like Brendan would poke his head out the window, whistle at and say, "Hey, good timing. We just finished up. Well, plotting out some maps."
Lawrence has a really big rock with him.
Like points at the rock.
And Lawrence
Do I
is
need
still
to ask?
putting
I need to ask.
Lawrence still putting some effort. Like, be with you in a second. I gotta drop this off first.
You
That's a
want
nice
some help?
paperweight you got there.
Yeah, I'll explain later.
Do you want-
there's-
Do you want some help?
Nah, got it. I got it this far.
You sure? I can probably carry that.
Tempting, but no, I think I'll be all right. I just gotta
You're welcome
take it
to
to
try.
Rashal.
I'm not picking that up.
I'm sorry. Did Pierce just tell Sockham he's welcome to try?
Sounded like it.
Because he's gonna go try.
All right, cool. Make an
Look.
athletics check.
So how come you've not long had surgery? Don't
know,
hurt yourself
didn't you
again.
just like get out of the hospital?
Yeah, but he's wearing the belt. It's fine. Probably.
Probably.
Make sure you're rolling as your character, Gamsey.
Oh, sorry. I thought I'd clicked it earlier.
Yep, no worries. So with that roll, you can get it off the dolly, but you can't bend your arms. You can lift it with your hips, but you can't lift it with your arms, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah. It's probably the way you'd want to lift something like this anyway.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is you can't, like, your arms are fully extended down by your knees, and you cannot physically move your arms. It's pinning your arms as far as they will go.
Yeah, you're fully extended. You cannot flex your arms.
Yes.
You gotta, like, penguin walk or something?
Exactly.
Wow.
So you want to put it back down?
I mean, no, where's it going?
Rashal's.
I think it just like looks at Rashal's shop.
Which is 4 buildings down?
Yeah.
Something like that. It's a solid, what, 80 feet maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
Don't break your back.
Your knees hate you already, Salcom.
And, you know, Lawrence will wiggle the super dolly, just like, well?
The super dolly. I like it.
I think he like I think he like sets it down and it's like, all right, I want to be very clear. I was very tempted because it's been a while since I've actually done anything that qualified as working out, but also I don't think my like air quotes stitches are good enough for that yet.
Hey, Lawrence, make a dexterity saving throw.
Ah, shit.
I was about to say, are you sure you should be doing that yet?
Are you about to get flung? Is that what's about to happen?
No. So you duck out of the way, but basically what happened was you were holding the dolly when Salk picked it up. When he puts it back down, it's like stepping on the end of a shovel.
Yeah.
So the front pops up and you jump back real quick. It doesn't hit you.
Oh, jeez. And Lawrence just like, see? I have this. Just let me take care of it. I won't be long. I literally just gotta drop this off and see if Rashal can do his thing.
See, now I'm curious what it is Connie gets up to tag along.
And Lawrence heaves it back up onto the wheels and just be like,
do we have time for this?
It should help. At least according to Lord Gond.
Excuse you, what?
Come again?
Oh,
What?
give me 5 minutes. He just starts walking towards Rashal's.
Well, that's just got interesting.
Yeah, I think as Vile looks over at you, Brayden, and then just shuffles out the door really quick.
Yeah, falls as well.
Follow behind
Just Connie.
I'm leading the entire group.
Yep. Minus Derek.
He's just gonna jump out.
Derek is gonna duck back into the good night's rest. He's gonna go try to talk to Tristan if he's there, which he's not, but he doesn't know that.
As we're all walking over, I think like Brayden would walk up to Rockham and be like, "Is everything all right out there? You were going for quite a bit."
Yeah, I'll fill
Like
you
we're
guys.
looking him over for any petrification.
I'll fill you guys in. Don't worry.
As long as you're all right, mate.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Nods and continues.
Yeah. So you guys get to Rashal's shop. The sun is starting to disappear behind the taller buildings in Waterdeep. And you get to Rashal's shop, and you see him like in the doorway. He's about to switch his sign over to closed. And he like, you see both of his brow ridges go up when he sees you pushing this cart. And he like just pushes open the door, and he says, "Master Parnassus, I do hope that you don't mind an impertinent question. That's not one of your kinsmen, is it?"
Nope. This is a special project that I need your help with.
I am hardly a gem cutter, Master Parnassus.
Less that and more, whoosh.
Whoosh.
I doubt.
Whoosh.
Whoosh?
As the past 3 hours have gone by, I doubt that that's a gem of any sort.
Connie, like, flies her hand over her head, like, whoosh?
Why don't you tell him where you got it, Lawrence?
And Lawrence looks
Rashal's like
around
holding the door open as you're getting it over the stoop.
just Right. He, ducks inside with it. Just.
Yep.
Short
holds the door
version,
until all of you get inside, then he closes the door.
Sorry to impose like this, but I got this from Lord Gond himself. And
silence in the room.
Pardon, Master Parnassus, but did you just say Gond?
Yes.
Oh, did we not tell you about that?
You did, yes. However, direct intervention by the Divine is a rather rare occurrence, Master Solcom.
It's not quite direct intervention. He said it might help, but
Direct intervention, my ass. Pierce pulls like the plastic stuff out of his bag.
OSHA compliant.
What is that?
I don't fucking know. Why is
Protection,
it so
according to the Lord.
Protective equipment from the Workmen's Guild, yes.
Lord Gond said, and he gestured to the God Rock and said, this would require dragon fire.
Dragon fire, Master Parnassus.
Yes.
I am uncertain if I am suited to the task.
You are the closest one that I could think of.
Very well. And goes over and pushes, takes the dolly from you if you let him, and he moves it away from all of his books.
Of course.
And then he just stands in front of it, and he looks at you like, "Are you fucking with me?" And he looks back at the rock, and then
and Lawrence has his helmet off, and just completely stone faced.
It has been some time since I've felt the necessity to do forgive. And he pulls the spectacles off the end of his snout, and he takes this huge breath, and he literally belches, and this stream of fire comes down around the rock. And it lasts for a couple seconds, and he closes his mouth and takes out a handkerchief and wipes it, puts his spectacles back on. Nothing has happened to the rock.
Well, that was rather anticlimactic.
Did it work?
Embarrassing
did it
is
do
the
the
word
thing?
that I would use. Uncouth, Master Koi.
Maybe it needs super fire.
Lord Gond said dragon fire. Very specifically.
Did he mean dragon or dragon?
I am descended from the great true worms, but my fire is oft called a pale imitation.
Nothing pale about it.
Mind if I try something, Lawrence?
Lawrence glances over at him like, "You're welcome to try, brother."
Hang on, I'm gonna pull up my sheet.
This should be good.
Master Sorghum, I must protest. It is one thing for the owner of the shop to take responsibility and wield volatile energies. It is another for a customer to do the same.
Don't worry, I can sculpt this.
And Lawrence flinches and steps back like, uh-oh.
Rashad raises a claw and slowly lowers it.
Don't
Please
do anything
be careful,
stupid.
Sock.
It's cool, it's cool.
He's got this.
Master Sorghum,
Can you at least tell us what you're doing before you do it?
I must point out stringently that you will be liable for collateral damage to my shop. Master Sorghum.
I think he
Would it-
just
would it be-
stops
would
and
he
then
be- Would it be better if we took it back outside?
Advisable, but then it would be beholden to the city.
You know, that's fair, because I've never actually tried changing one of these stories before.
Wait, what?
What?
What? Do you think I was gonna hit it with Galestorm?
I mean,
No, I was expecting like firebolt or something.
Oh, no, I don't know how to do that.
A
probably
suggestion,
more my
if I
forte.
may.
Go on.
In
course.
lieu of a dragon itself, perhaps bottled dragon fire would suffice.
There's an
Lawrence
idea.
does a slow head tilt. Like,
is there a place that would supply that here?
Certainly, yes. There are several potion shops capable of such a thing, though if you do not want, again, an imitation, as a spell copying the ability that I have, and you want the real thing, that is to say, actual bottled dragonfire, you have only 3 options. Archmage Safar, Lord Mert, and Durnan.
Cool, so we'll go see
Didn't
Denman.
you wait? Didn't
Oh,
you
God.
buy a thing of dragonfire from Durden one time when you asked for the strongest thing he had?
No.
that was a drink that was supposed
That was
to.
a drink, and it was black dragon acid.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I remember I got that. That was actually kind of good. Until it started.
Excuse me.
You're not muted, Bird.
They are for the stream.
You guys could have kept talking.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
There.
The stream was
habit.
muted on my side.
Yeah.
Old habit, sorry.
I think it was just a collective, like, that politeness of when someone's
Yeah.
doing
Phone.
something like that,
Yeah,
and also I don't think anyone wanted to talk, because sometimes when you're talking to someone else and people are talking next to you, it scrambles your words.
I
Yeah.
took my headset off. The only reason I know
Oh,
you
no
guys
worries.
weren't talking was because I saw the bar not moving.
Oh, you know what? That's fair.
Well,
Okay,
welcome
fair.
back.
But
Anyway.
also it's a little hard to get your own thoughts straight when someone else is talking.
Yeah, I am sorry about that. For those of you who are wondering what the fuck just happened, I'm house sitting, and I called the people that I'm house sitting for earlier during my off time to let them know that I would be working late, and I left them a message saying, hey, I'm working late, don't call me. Guess what the fuck they did?
Called you.
As
Send you an
they
email.
do, yes.
Yeah.
It do be like that sometimes.
So that's what happened. Sorry, everything's fine.
Anyway,
Where were we?
So,
Dragonfire.
Yes,
yeah.
Something dragonfire, something
Archmage
story,
Safar,
black
Mert,
dragon
or
acid.
Durnan.
correct.
I say we go for
What
Denon.
time of the day is it right now?
Sunset,
Coming in.
I was gonna say like 5-ish.
5:36.
The tall buildings are starting to have the sun put behind them. So
The sky is turning orange.
There's no way we're getting this across town to Blackstaff Tower tonight.
No, this might be something.
Well,
that
we
need
don't
to
have to
put in.
get it across town. We just have to get the bottle across town.
I'd still like to try my thing if I can. Of course, not in here.
Let's take it
I-
over to the Scene of Steel then.
It would almost be that, Master Parnassus, is a brilliant idea. I shall accompany you.
You know, Lawrence
before we-
heaves the dolly. Lawrence heaves the dolly and just starts hauling towards the door.
yeah, well, he's doing that. Rashal, if I may for a sec.
Certainly, Master Rockham. You and I have not had an in-depth discussion in some time.
More of an inquiry.
I am at your
Wondering
disposal,
you-
as always.
If you carried spyglasses or anything akin to that, or if that is
Not personally, no. My treasure is in the written word, and while I do require special lenses to enjoy them to greatest effect, I am not a purveyor of lenscraft myself. Now,
You
though that
know-
being said, I certainly can avail you of someone.
please do.
Are you looking for a monocular or two together?
He kind of pauses like he hadn't thought of that far ahead. Whichever you'd recommend.
That depends entirely upon your budget, Master Rockham. I also am curious as to the level of magnification that you require, and whether or not you need it to be variable.
I'm just looking to see things better that are far away, I suppose.
Well, anything will allow that. Are you looking for a novelty or a tool?
A tool.
A tool. I see. And your aforementioned budget.
I mean, Orkham's not really the kind of the money he has on him is his budget, I suppose.
Right.
He kind of looks at his coin purse. There's 700 or so gold.
You are in the realm of novelty, I'm afraid.
How much would one that is used for a tool go for?
12 to 15.
Noted. I may have to come back for that.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, Master Rockham, but I understood the KnightLites were recipients of some of the wealth from the Vault of Dragons. I certainly was.
Yeah, I'm planning to talk to the others about it, but
I mean, they're standing right the fuck there.
You need some cash, bro?
I was gonna let you guys solve the mystery rock or whatever this is, but yeah, I'm a little short, I suppose.
I keep gold on me at all times now. How much do you need? Like, what do you want?
Well, if they go for the 12 to 1500 range, need about half of that.
Wait, 1200 to 1500?
Correct.
Yeah, and I have 700-ish, so
I've
probably
got
500 or 600.
I keep 500 on me at all times now. So
I mean, up to you. This would be something I'd pass around as we need to. But...
In that
Right.
case, if you have the coin among you, then I cannot recommend my lens crafter enough. You're looking for the looking glass in the Docks Ward.
The looking glass in the what word?
Docks Ward.
Okay. Making sure I write that down.
if this is something for the group, maybe we could take the funds from what we have saved up.
Yeah.
Also an option.
If you guys
That's
would
a
want
good
to.
question. We haven't actually checked how much we have in the bank for a good
That's
while.
true.
I've
I
kept,
could have swore someone did a few sessions here.
Yeah, that was me.
No, you went and deposited some. You didn't see how much was in it.
That's a rather distinct difference. Yeah.
Fair.
Anyway,
That's something to put in
Yeah.
our back pocket to look at later.
next time we're in the dock ward.
Anyway, and Lawrence is hauling it over
Thank you.
towards Steam and Steel, which has been dark. I mean, he's gone over on occasion to
Mhm.
make sure the place is clean and tidy. For
I mean, you
when-
only found out they were leaving yesterday. It hasn't been that long.
I thought it'd been a couple days by now.
No.
Been like a day at most.
No.
Yeah.
This is telling just how long our sessions go. Where my time is completely screwed.
Wasn't there like a time where we spent like 12 sessions on the same day?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and we drove
Sorry, not
borderline
sorry.
insane.
Anyway.
By the way, Rock.
Yeah.
While you were out searching for the dragon kin, I believe. Pierce looks to Sockham. Do you want to convey it, or do you want me to?
Out of character. Remind me what you mean?
The bullshit.
Yeah, we've had a lot of that, friend.
Yeah, which bullshit are
When
you?
do we not have that though?
Kind of all of it, but also that we were planning on leaving the next day.
If we
Yeah,
want to sweep the sewers, we should do that. We should have
Tonight.
done that.
Tonight.
right.
What's going on?
But we kind of also need to rest.
Okay, so major development. I did some more spirit talking.
Uh-huh.
Me and Pierce had plans to go to Golden Dawn Golden Dawn. Fuck. Golden.
Not just you and
Goldenfield.
me. were
We
gonna have
had
the whole
plans
group,
for the
though.
group to go to Golden Dawn. Damn it! Golden Fields. Tomorrow morning.
How far off is Golden Fields? Ish.
A few
Make
It's
days.
a-
not so
make
much.
a- Make a survival check.
Survival.
I actually don't know if we've told I know Lawrence knows, but I don't know if Connie and Brayden know.
3 to
No,
5
we're-
days
we're-
at a good
They're about
pace.
to. About 5 days?
3 to 5 days at a good pace.
Okay.
Is that by carriage or foot?
Foot.
Right.
I mean, it's a few days out.
I
Not that bad of a run.
I called to Wolf to talk to the emissary. You know, I was expecting Jara. Because Jara's missing, so I really didn't know what I'd get.
You said you called to Wolf, not Jara. Is there a difference?
Well, yes and no. Jara is Wolf, but Jara is the representative of Wolf.
I believe the term was avatar, unless I'm getting that wrong. Avatar wolf?
That is a way to think of it, but also no. Physically, like when you go to Valorhome, right?
Mhm.
There is Jara, the person in Valorhome, and then there is Wolf, the spirit in Valorhome. But because of the way Valorhome works, and because of the cultural association with Jara and Wolf, people use those words interchangeably, and so the individuals become interchangeable. So Jara is Wolf, but Jara is also Jara, and Wolf is Wolf. It's
Messy?
no.
It's like the Trinity all over again.
There you go.
We have built a fascinating spiritualistic
I know, right?
structure.
Thank you.
What's funny and what's both funny and sucks about it is I constantly forget it's not like official content.
Yeah, this is all your fault, Fox.
This is official
And then
content. It's decisive action, homie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I'll mention it to I'll be like talking to other people in a different server and they'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What's wolf?"
There is not a lot of like Goliath lore.
No, there really isn't.
Oh, there
which
is
is
now.
a damn shame.
Yeah.
5-point Fox Edition rules all.
Thank you.
AKA Fox Official.
5-point Fox.
Fox
5,
Official. I like Fox Official. I'm stealing that.
That's
You're
great.
very welcome.
If you called the wolf and Jar was missing, then what happened?
I got a response. It was a. Considering how short they were, I want to say a halfling, but they were dressed like. Well, not quite like me, but.
Your ma.
I mean,
They were dressed like your ma.
I was gonna say they were dressed a little bit more like how Ma dresses,
They weren't a Goliath?
especially when she's getting ready for a hunt.
I was curious about that too. A spirit from your pantheon isn't a Goliath.
Well, okay. Jara is Goliath, but New Jara isn't.
New
But she
Jara.
is
Don't know if we should call him Jara, but
Is that like New Coke?
Kilio.
No, it is not like New Coke. Stop
sorry,
it.
didn't fuck up the ritual.
Her name was Kilio. But
Elio.
she was a Goliath, but she wasn't. What's a way to word it?
Rocco's confused.
Like she was adopted?
Yeah, like she had lived all her life a Goliath, so she was in every way but blood.
Which is like the exact opposite of the twins, which are Goliath
Yeah.
and blood, but really they're kind of human.
Yeah. Working on it.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
I think Rock kind of nods along. Well, that
Connect with your cultural roots, boy.
saves
Says
me
the
every-
half orc.
Yeah, it's just a half work.
You don't even know who
I-
Kang is.
I had
I need to-
asked to talk to Jara, to the emissary of Wolf. It's just strange to me that this person would have shown up when I reached out to Wolf and said, "I'd like to speak to your representative, the one that speaks on your behalf." You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
I feel
Also,
like we're getting off topic here.
right. Sorry. They said that there's some kind of castle thing on its way.
Oh shit.
Floating one, to be exact.
Yes.
Have you guys seen the it kind of points in where the direction of that
Seen the what?
cloud?
So
I guess would
he
be.
points it like a deli as you're
Yeah.
walking back towards the Theme and Steel.
Oh.
Yeah,
He's
I
like
have.
pointing at the
Right
belly,
there,
but
because-
pointing up. You guys haven't seen the giant cloud outside the city?
I mean, I haven't been outside the city in a few days.
Rock, there's clouds everywhere.
Pierce is gonna like pause,
We should go
and
outside
he's
the
gonna
city.
use an action to look through the eyes of his bird and have her fly up.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look in the direction Rockham was gesturing.
It is dark, or darkening.
Yeah.
Lavina does not have night vision. Rockham
Unless
is
she's a
substantially further south than where he saw this thing. Make a perception check with disadvantage.
You can do it, I believe. See the cloud.
I've
Like
done
that
more
is
ridiculous
that is fucking 3 things that would apply disadvantage. I'm not gonna hear an argument on this.
Triple disadvantage.
Roll
It's
a
probably not gonna
19.
work, but I've rolled.
Roll a 19 and you fail.
Right. So, with that roll with disadvantage, you do not see anything out of the ordinary.
How far away did it look? How much time do we have?
It was hard for me to, because I didn't really gather
I don't see
distance in the
anything
moment I was
now.
there. It was in the forest, but I can show you in the morning.
Like, all of you know, the forest to the north of Waterdeep took you over a day to get to. And if he means a different forest, which he does, it would be even longer.
I can show you in the morning. It'll be a bit of travel though.
I
I mean,
feel like
it's
it would
long
take us
way
a while
on
to get
Golden
there.
Fields, mine as well.
We would be better off going where we know it's headed.
Oh, would you look at that? We're here.
Yeah, 'cause it's not that far to get the Seaman Steel. So.
Yeah, you guys are there.
Let's open the door for
Lawrence
Lawrence.
slumps it down. Just,
Might I recommend putting that in the forge, Master Parnassus?
yep.
You got it. Need help lifting it?
Yes. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
The twin.
I can manage, but
I'll
dang.
let your stitches rest. I'll do this.
Alright, Rock, make an athletics check.
I got
I'll
this.
go and give him a hand.
Rub my palms
And
together.
I'm assuming I need to make a athletics check as well.
I'll, like circle my shoulders.
Well, all three of you, Rock has advantage. So
No, there we go.
Let's go.
Lift with your knees.
not enough. All three of
That
you
means
go like
you, Brayden.
all three of you like try to pull this thing up, and it just doesn't move.
Oh, come on, guys.
I had a
I got this. I got
What's
this.
this thing made of?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What?
Rock all three of you were struggling, and Sock rolled an athletic check. Sock just walks over, pushes Lawrence aside, puts his arms around the thing, and he has to roll it up the side of the forge. He can't lift it, but he just deposits it in the forge.
I had that.
And Lawrence just stops, does a slow head tilt, like, I hate you so much right now.
Okay. Belt.
It worked. Are you bleeding?
Yes,
Yeah, the belt.
yes.
Oh,
His
oh,
forearms are bleeding because the stone is jagged.
No,
I
like,
get it.
like where his surgery was.
No,
Okay.
All right.
Thank
So-
you.
So, how do you hope to get that thing as hot as Dragonfire?
with bottled
Well-
Dragonfire?
First, so here's a question, Fox.
Hmm?
Between shenanigans and runnings of the bar,
Mm-hmm.
Salcom's been doing a lot of reading at Rashal's, about as much as Rashal will let him without buying.
Haven't heard you mention this previously, but
I've mentioned this a couple times.
okay, there we go.
Kinda
All I
was-
need is a second. I got holes in my brain. That's fine. Go on.
I was gonna ask, what's like the most famous dragon I could find have reading about in Rashal's shop that was fire breather?
Oh, I know
Bahamut.
where you're going with this. Holy fuck.
Bahamut.
Oh.
Bahamut?
Bahamut.
So we just go knock on his door. It's fine.
Bahamut is
I
a
don't-
god.
Okay,
That
let's
was
go like less divine.
Less divine.
Wouldn't Tiamat fall into that?
No,
Well,
Tiamat's also a god.
Myself.
Tiamat's also a god.
Not famous per se, but
Tiamat and Bahamut are even. Famous dragons. Fuck.
Famous
More
fire-breathing dragons.
Like,
The more-
okay,
the
so
more of a
so
good,
so
the
he-
better.
so here's the issue that I have, right?
Mhm.
The name that's immediately pops into my head, famous dragon, is Fistandantilus. Fistandantilus is from a different fiction and about the polar opposite of famous.
So infamous.
No. Hidden.
So, do your bard thing come up with a famous dragon to throw into the fiction?
A famous Faerunian dragon? Alright, fucking A. Somebody that Rashal would know and like.
Or be willing to store shelve books on.
We're willing to shelve books on, that's fair. So what I've noticed is dragons in Faerun have dragon names, but they also, like, the humans refer to them as aspects. So, like, Tinder in Tomb of Annihilation, for example, right? Icewind, right? Like, her name is not Icewind, right?
She has a long that's too long for any of us to remember.
Correct. So, to that end, I think there is a dragon. He's a metallic dragon. He's probably... Like, are you looking specifically for a fire breather?
Yes.
Okay. So he's probably a gold dragon. And he's probably known as... Let's see.
I hope you're writing this down, Nightfall.
He's a big deal. He's got to be a big deal. Rashal's gonna have multiple books on him. So that immediately makes me think of Drizzt Do'Urden. Right? Like, Drizzt is this big famous guy. He does all these adventures. Drizzt is a big deal. So somebody associated with Drizzt who would get a human-ish name.
How do you spell Drizzt? Or that name?
D-R-I-Z... Or maybe
Yeah, I think-
DZT? I'm not sure how to spell Drizzt. Drizzt Do'Urden is a big Forgotten Realms name. Like, he's...
It is DRIZZT.
There you go. Drizzt is the guy who, like, helped with the Spell Plague. Drizzt is the guy who, like, I think was involved in killing Isingdeath. Drizzt is the guy who helped retake Gauntlgrim. Like, Drizzt is a big fucking deal. So...
He's the adventurer all adventurers want to be.
Yes! It was him, Brunor, Kaylee, and Wulfgar. That was, like, their adventuring party. And those four did, like, hero shit. Like, they are legendary. So I think it's completely reasonable that they met a dragon in their travels, and he probably had a name that was easy for them to pronounce. So... I'm gonna go with Forge. There's a big-ass gold dragon out in Kalimshan who goes by Forge.
There you go.
how appropriate that we're taking possibly a piece of metal to forge.
Right.
And what was his legend?
What was his legend?
I mean, other than being a golden dragon.
He hid in a grain of sand.
That's kind of awesome, actually.
People thought that he
What?
was a djinn, an Ifriti specifically. But it turns out that he wasn't. He was a gold dragon. a very, very old gold dragon. Then he was hiding in a grain of sand in the Kalashite Desert.
Huh. Neat.
So when's the sharp flex emote?
That is impressive.
Yeah.
Wait, what did I do?
Now it's up to
Just coming up
You,
with
you
that.
spat out some great world building off the top of your head.
I can't turn it off.
We are not complaining
No.
in the absolute slightest.
Like
That was
literally,
awesome.
building
I
off the
can't
top of
turn
his
it
head.
off.
Gestures
Don't.
at the entirety of this.
Don't
Anyway.
ever turn that off.
As story geeks,
Exactly.
as story geeks, we are just enraptured with this every time it happens.
Okay.
So during the course of their adventure, and multiple adventurers have went out looking for Forge. He's kind of like a sage, and he helps people, and he's kind of a Deus Ex Machina. If you can find Forge in his thing, because dragons like solitude. The older they get, the more they like solitude. If you can find Forge, he gives you magic and he helps you on your quest or whatever. He shows up in Legend a lot. So you're probably not going to find a book on Forge, but you see several books reference him.
Enough that Salcom has an understanding of the of a basic understanding of their story.
Yes, sure.
All right.
Forge, the Help Lord of Heroes. There you go.
I have never done this with something that wasn't let's say humanoid or one of the spirits. So take a big step back.
And step back.
Pierce takes several steps back.
I mean, Lawrence is more or less fireproof between the armor and his natural flame affinity, so...
Right. Pierce is gonna hide behind Lawrence.
Connie takes half a step back.
the armor can probably hide Pierce anyway.
Well, shoot your shot.
Yeah, I think Salcom kneel. Would he have to kneel to get his hands on the stone?
No, because it's sitting in the forge.
I'm not familiar with how high forges sit, so I.
About waist high.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you might have to crouch a little.
Yeah. He gets his hands on it. Deep breath. Puts one hand on it. Grabs his idol, his bear.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's Gold Dragon Thoughtafriti, Sage of the Kalamshan Desert. You've given your wisdom many times. Give us your fire. Give us your will. And using the Trin,
Right.
but trying to use what he understands of Forge to modify the story and the bard ability.
Okay. Do me a favor and expend a spell slot.
Okay. What
Um,
level?
That's up to you.
I'll use a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll a d100.
Uh-oh.
Okay. That's actually good in this case, believe it or not.
This
Whoa.
is really cool.
Yes. So then the next thing, so nothing happens immediately. Nothing happens. You look cool. You put your hand on the stone. You do your incantation. Whatever it looks like when Salk channels the spirits happens, but nothing immediately occurs. And then I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Holmes has contacted me.
Whom the fuck disturbs my beauty sleep?
Yeah, so you get a voice in your head, Salcom, that just goes, "Hello? Hello? My, you're far away. Hello? Let me get the door for you." And you all see just an anime eye glint in just the space in front of you, and then this like oval tear just opens, like somebody pulls apart like a button.
Holy
Dot question mark.
Brain just kind of goes, "Holy shit! You actually done it."
Was that?
How did you? Wait,
And
okay.
through the portal, you see a canyon or maybe a mountainous plain. It's a little bit hard to tell, but it's all like the ground, the walls, all of the formations. They're made of silver and purple crystals.
Cool.
I linked the thing backstage. I cannot show it on stream,
Yeah.
unfortunately. I don't own this image, but you see, yeah, just crystals like as far as you can see through this little tear.
Wow.
Yeah.
That indeed.
Anyway,
So yeah. So what would you guys like to do?
is this what you were trying to make?
Yeah, is this what you were aiming
Okay.
for, Sock?
I did a thing where I called on Trin before, and I expended this big poof of fire that was very powerful. I was trying to modify that into dragon fire. I guess I'm a living sending stone to legends.
I mean, at this point, probably. But what is this?
Lawrence, help me get the rock.
Fine.
Well,
So I need to pull up Rashal's sheet because Rashal is right there
Rochel's
with you.
here.
Yeah, Rashal is there. Rashal's
How
gonna.
is Rashal reacting?
That's what I'm about to tell you. He's making an Arcana check, is what he's reacting. Give me a second.
How did you?
Of course, Rochel's reaction would be, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah. Okay. So he got 2 18s, which is amazing. So he's like peering at the portal with one hand on his spectacles, just peering at it, and he says, "This appears to be a modified Mordenkainen's magnificent manner, but it's advanced far beyond the typical casting of the spell. It seems to have a permanency effect on it and the ability to change its entryway. I cannot imagine where this will lead."
Sounds like
Will we be
sounds
able
like
to come
Forge
back?
to me.
Are we going in?
That's a good question.
I,
Well, we
for
knocked on the
one,
door. It'd be a
intend
bit rude not to go.
I mean,
to
he
accept the
said-
invitation.
he said, "Let me get the door for you." I feel it would be rude
Like,
to
you're
say
sure
other
he's not
to-
gonna like eat you or
fuse.
anything?
Wonderful then, and Rashal already steps through.
And Lawrence
Shut
grab.
Yeah, and like
And
drops it.
Pierce is behind him.
I guess
Okay.
I'll go.
Rock.
Lawrence grabs the stone and. Or,
No, you fucking don't.
okay.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Attempts to grab the stone.
Wasn't Lawrence
Lawrence
gonna help?
grabs
So
the
I have
stone.
advantage?
That doesn't mean he picks
like,
up the stone.
this is so heavy, one person does not confer advantage. So,
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm helping.
Never
Trying to
mind.
help.
Try to help if I can get it.
Athletics,
so
yeah.
Salk,
Yeah.
you take 9 points of bludgeoning damage because I rolled like ass. You grab the rock. You and Lawrence grab the rock. You go to pull it out of the forge. It catches the lip of the forge, and you just drop it on your foot.
Ouch!
Oh!
Your foot is pinned to the ground. You cannot move.
I'm gonna try and get it off you, I guess.
Yeah, roll
Yeah,
off.
fudge that off.
Okay.
And onto the
Somebody.
dolly.
Okay. Somebody needs to make an athletic check.
I will.
I guess you got it. All right.
Much better. So you roll it onto the dolly. Meanwhile, Salkum immediately has to sit down and get pressure off of his foot.
You want me to heal that?
Yes. If you
Yes,
don't, he's
please.
rolling on the injury table.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the healing spirit going.
Okay.
Oof, that's
Are you sure you don't want to just use a cure wounds on that? Jesus.
I don't have.
Yeah, I was about to say cure wounds.
So,
Okay.
if,
Pierce.
in that case.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say in that case, Sokkum will just cure wounds his foot.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
healing spirit's the only one I got. So,
so Pierce,
Yeah,
you and Rashal step through this portal. Immediately,
I think Brayden did too.
Yeah, as soon as Rochelle went through, it was a case of fuck Rochelle and behind him.
Okay.
And Lawrence right behind them.
Well, no, you're playing with the God
Won't be
Rod.
a
You're gonna wait. So Pierce, Braden, and Rochelle step through the portal. The first thing that you notice is that it is like the atmosphere in here is completely different. You went from a coastal city to a dry desert like environment, but it's not like wind blasted. There's only a gentle breeze in here, and the ground under your feet is like shattering with these incredibly delicate crystals that you're stepping on. These crystal growths are everywhere, and above your head, as if through like a glass mosaic roof, you see 3 allegories for suns rotating about themselves slowly, casting a rainbow mosaic over everything.
Well, this
place is incredible.
Like Braden leans down and picks up some of the like gemstone.
They're not gemstone, it's glass.
Crystal. Aye.
It's not even crystal, it's glass.
Glass?
It's glass.
Picks up some of the glass and like
None of Falcom isn't barefoot, is he?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
No. I'm assuming this has all been happening after Sockham got his new outfit. So now
Sure.
So now he's got like proper workers' boots.
Okay. So the rest of you come through and you see much the same thing.
Lawrence has to fight the urge to stop what he's doing and take out his notebook.
The gentle breeze is keeping it from getting too hot. It's very like, it's warm, but it's comfortable. But it's very much mimicking like the desert, and these like amethyst and silver like glass spires and what would you even call those, spikes? I'm not sure how to describe these formations.
Spike ridges,
like everywhere.
Yeah,
you're in like, it feels like craggy, but it's just a plane in every direction.
Wow. So this is the sand.
They'd almost be stalagmites, wouldn't they?
No, because they're not coming vertically.
Cave systems.
Yeah, they're not growing upwards. It's like they erupted out of the ground, not slowly growing.
Like outcroppings, maybe?
Yes, outcroppings is a good word.
This place is for anyone to make a magnificent mansion of this nature and size.
So this is the grain of sand.
Magnificent doesn't even begin to describe it.
No one else feels weird being here?
A little bit, yeah.
Where is...
A little bit, but it's also pretty cool.
Someone named Forge.
Right. Gold Dragon.
I don't see a gold dragon anywhere.
Well, to be fair, this is their own little realm inside a grain of sand. So...
Inside a grain of... That is impressive.
Yep.
So, any idea where they are?
Oh...
Start looking around for a path or a structure, I guess.
There seems to be a natural passage among the outcropping. Like there's easier ground than the rest of it, but it's not like a path per se.
All right.
Lawrence would be angling for it, given what he's hauling.
Mm-hmm. So you guys come around an outcropping, and you see this gigantic outcropping. It's like 2 crystals or 2 glass shards came out of the ground at opposing angles and met in a triangle formation, one spearing through the other, and they're gigantic. They're like mountainous. And sat in the hollow that this triangle made is this glass palace. And it's huge. It's like so much bigger than Castle Waterdeep. And it's a multi-tiered palace like the Palace of Agrabah, but it's completely made of the same glass structure. It's beautiful.
I can't say.
I think Rashal like stops and like inhales, and you see him like doesn't say anything, but he like takes out his handkerchief and like wipes his eyes.
You alright, Rashal?
Yeah.
Sockham and everyone. It looks to be made of glass, and I don't want to piss off a dragon today.
Yeah, let's not throw any stones.
Yeah, this is
So,
gorgeous.
can everybody, including Rashal, make a charisma saving throw, please?
Oh, I'm amazing at those.
Is this mind altering?
Yes.
A mind altering effect.
Yes, it
okay, I
is.
would have advantage on this.
Well,
Ooh.
Wait, that was.
No.
I'm gonna re-roll
no.
that.
There's my save. Sorry.
I'm gonna re-roll that because I have an inspiration.
Okay. That
I
happened.
can't read.
On the one hand, I want to re-roll that. On the other hand, I want to see where this goes.
Okay.
same.
I got to refresh, but I saw what I rolled. I'm happy with it.
Okay, I'm glad you're happy with it because all of you failed except Rockham.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh,
Wow.
Don't know how that happened, but okay.
So all of you are affected by dragon fear,
Right.
Shit.
but it is
Phew.
not. It's not fear in this case. It is a sense of calm and inspiration. All of you find yourselves wanting to make little like designs with the glass shards, or you're coming up with new recipes, or like you're making in your heads.
I'm like is immediately writing down songs in his little
Yeah,
black book.
absolutely.
Yeah, Lawrence would immediately like have his notebook out on instinct.
Hey,
Okay.
question:
Have an
Is
idea.
Yui follow us?
Yeah, she's there.
I have a feeling I know why he's called Forge.
Why is that?
First of all, glass. Glass everywhere. Second of all, this feeling.
what a
What feeling?
what a fitting dragon to fix Gon's problem, huh? Lawrence?
Go figure.
Less my
Well,
lord's
not
problem.
John's problem so much as Lawrence's.
It's more our problem.
So what is this rock that we're supposed to be
Gives me
fixing?
an idea or two for a spell.
Oh, I'm gonna be at this for hours.
I'm not even sure what the thing is we're trying to fix.
We should keep moving, but
Okay.
Kind of don't want to, right?
yeah, just kind of in awe at everything.
We have to get moving. We have to. One more song.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Just a few more sketches.
So
No,
you guys can
no.
like sketch and do all this while you're walking. You guys get up to the palace, and like by the time you get there, like the palace is huge. The palace is absolutely massive. Like the porchway, the big columned walkway in front of the door is like 5 stories tall. The door itself is like sized for a giant. Like it's huge. And you walk up to the door, and the gigantic doors open, and you see inside this, like, it's dark inside compared to where you are. Inside this palace of glass, you see like silk tapestries and like a mosaic tile floor. And opening the door is just an old man. He's just an old man. He's dressed kind of like Rashal. He's wearing like scholar's robes, and he's got spectacles on the end of his nose. He appears to be human, but he's got the stereotypical wizard beard. It doesn't go all the way down to like his belt. It goes down to about part of his chest. But instead of being white, it's the color of Lawrence's scar, frankly.
Huh.
It's the color of Embrick's hair. It's like
And-
spun brass.
And Lawrence probably has a good idea that that's actually Forge, yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
And so as he's passing, Lawrence just inclines his head very respectfully.
And what might I help all of you with? Some grand quest? Finding the lost city of Lathander? Or reforging the Salamandra?
Well,
Wait, reforged?
Well,
not quite.
And who do I have the honor of addressing, for that matter?
All of those sound like absolutely amazing adventures.
we
This
We're
was-
the KnightLites from Waterdeep. We're kind of up-and-comers in the adventuring scene.
Up and comers! Yes, who was the last up and comer who managed to pique my interest? Duerden! Yes, Duerden!
Who's Duerden?
Do I know that name?
You both probably do. Rochelle's got several novels about him, some fiction. Duerden is Drizz's last name.
Driz.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Now I'm feeling very rude.
Those of you who stepped past the dragon into the foyer at the palace, it's just full of treasure. There's just piles of treasure everywhere.
As if anyone's going to find his hoard in the first place.
Right?
So why wouldn't he just sprawl out?
So this dragon doesn't need a vault.
He has a vault. What are you talking about?
He is the dragon.
This is Brayden is gonna kill me for this. Thank you for setting up my joke that I've been making this entire scene, Percival. This is the vault of glass.
Fuck's sake, Vol.
Very much I approve.
I think that's a Destiny reference.
It's the Destiny reference, yes. I told you I was gonna use that name for something, Delta.
So where's the fucking all-seeing eye in the ceiling then?
Yeah,
Give it a minute.
Give it a minute. You're just in the foyer.
Oh god. I believe one of our Lawrence here was given something by. Well, I'll let him.
And Lawrence just bows very deeply and says, I'm a forge cleric for Lord Gond, and...
Gond? He doesn't usually get involved with the affairs of mortals. You must be very special indeed, up-and-comers.
Well...
Yes. A sky metal meteorite.
And Lawrence looks down at it and says, oh, is that what this is?
Sky metal meteor.
It's adamantine?
He said,
Well, there's adamantine inside it, yes. Gotta burn away the rock first.
Interesting. Why?
You could have had any dragon do this for you. Why call on me? Seems a bit, I don't know, mundane. I'm not sure you're not here for sage advice or legendary stories, perhaps.
I would absolutely.
We would be happy to have either of those things.
I would
actually
100% take both of those, especially the stories. First, let me sincerely apologize. I wasn't trying to call you. I have abilities as a skull.
You're an amateur spirit bard, I understand. You're not the first, and you won't be the last, young man.
We were in need of dragon fire, and...
Make yourselves at home. I'm going to get some refreshments, and I want to check on something. You can make yourselves comfortable here, outside, or up the stairs, to your left, not to your right. Thank you. Those are my private chambers. And he turns, and as he turns, there's this tremendous rush of magical energy, just like prismatic energy comes around him, and as he steps, this gigantic gold dragon just like comes out of his like chest, basically.
That's cool.
It's huge.
That's extremely cool.
It barely fits through the door. It's so big. But wait for it. His scales are not completely gold.
Pardon?
Some of his scales are amethyst gemstones.
Whoa.
Guys, I just realized something.
And he just spreads his wings and flies deeper into the palace.
Fair.
What's up, Pierce?
Don't dragons compete with each other?
It depends on their color and age, Master Avery.
Yeah, Pierce, with all due respect, this is Forge. He doesn't have to compete with anyone. People
I have
in
a more important
Kalimshan...
question, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Can I fill my bag up?
No.
No.
That's probably an using. No.
There's
If you touch anything,
everywhere in this room.
If you
I'm
touch
aware there
anything,
is.
He's not going
touch
to miss a few
any-
gold coins.
any of the loot in this room, and I will make sure you spend at least 2 nights in stockades.
There's a time and a place. This is not one of them.
You say 2 nights in the stockade, and she just goes, 48 hours? She's like looking around.
No.
2 weeks, and in the basement.
Take any gold and we're leaving you here.
Let's put it this way. Do you want to piss that off?
He's not going to know.
He will absolutely know. This is his realm. We are in his grain of sand.
It's a lot of gold.
I get it, but
Dragon.
And it's his.
I'd prefer to die closer to home.
The last time we found a dragon's hoard, we took it.
Yeah,
And return it
we're
to
not
the
doing
city.
this one.
Have you ever heard of the literary device of a
What?
Deus Ex?
Deus Ex Machina is what you're looking for?
I didn't want to say machina because the literal definition is God of the machines.
Yeah,
and I
but
don't know if
Deus
that's
is
a-
the- Deus is
it's
God.
It's God from the machine.
Yeah.
Also, Deus Ex Machina is a theater term.
Yeah. It's absolutely a
It's-
Harper term.
It's absolutely a Harper term.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of this term?
Certainly.
Because in many stories and real adventures, he has acted as such. A force, a sudden appearing force that changes the
And he's
entire...
going to care about 50 gold coins.
Yes.
Because it's
That's true.
theft.
Brayden, you're taking me shopping after this?
No, if it means that you don't piss off a dragon, definitely.
Like, puts her hands at her side and huffs.
Like,
Like-
trust me, I know how you feel, Isvili. I'm having a
I'm
hard time with
wondering-
not taking anything myself.
I'm wondering if this forge.
Is that a bloody holy avenger?
What?
Like,
Looking
points at
where
a
she's
sword and a pile of treasure.
Is that akin to the Queen sword?
A holy avenger is like a first edition D&D magic item. It's like really fucking powerful.
Nice.
Okay.
It put one up in Wakonga's store as a gag.
Yeah.
Wow.
I believe this would be one of the best few people to ask about our draconic entity issue.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, actually.
You're right. Oh my god, we're having our own Deus Ex. Oh my god.
Breathe, brother.
I think he's like slowly crouching, like hyperventilating a little bit.
What do you wait, Rockham? What
I
did
think
you find
Stock's a little
out while you
starstruck.
were out?
Oh yeah.
About-
yes, yes.
Yeah, share that with us.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't find a whole lot, but you know, went into the farmlands a little ways and found some people turned to stone, some animals too. I don't know if any of you.
Rashal was like looking at the treasure. He started talking about this, and he comes over and starts making notes.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go through my notes as I talk. So sorry if there's pauses.
Are you
I
guys
always
doing this
feel-
in the doorway, or are you moving somewhere?
I guess as
I-
well.
I'd assume we would have
We
sat
stepping
down.
in.
Yeah.
We were promised refreshments and it's hot out here.
Okay.
We
fair.
should move to that room he mentioned. To
Up the stairs
left.
and to the left.
Yep.
Mm,
Yeah.
So you guys are like, as you're talking and walking, I want you guys to have this conversation, but I want to describe where you are because I'm really proud of it. So,
Go on.
Please, by all means, and
so
measures.
it's a long rectangular room with columns supporting the ceiling.
Before
Hey.
you continue, Bird, have you actually done any research on the Vault of Glass?
No,
Damn.
I just like the name. There's a slightly smaller rectangular landing on every side above you that goes around the room. All the treasure is under this second layer. There's stairs at the back, but it's like 3 football fields to get back to it. The stairs are massive, but it's one of those staircases that it has little stairs on the edge, so you can go between the stairs. And if you
nice.
look up, everything is made of glass, but the ceiling is that same mosaic effect that you saw outside with the quote-unquote sky, but it looks like there's a layer of water over it. Those of you who saw Final Fantasy 15 yesterday know what I'm describing.
Yep.
Nice.
Nice.
So yeah, so you guys are walking through, and like you guys can have your conversation, but just it's punctuated periodically by Esvile making little frustrated noises because she sees something she wants.
It's ooh shiny. I want it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rock.
I went to one of the farmhouses and people were turned to stone. Some of them had noticed whatever it was. Some of them hadn't. There were a few animals that looked like freaked out, as one would be. I mean, pulls out the, what was it? It's in my sheet. One sec. Yeah, the bloody bandages, and just kind of shows them all. I found this that I left behind, but can't really do anything with it.
Where could these things come from?
That's a good question.
We think maybe some sort of cockatrice or dragonkin, but that was what's his name? I'm forgetting names.
Derek?
Derek. Derek's guess.
Cockatrices don't usually think to bandage themselves, do they?
No.
Yeah, so probably a dragonkin.
But
And
where
that's-
did they come from? That's the question.
I think somewhere up north.
I mean, could have come from that weird cloud in the forest. There's stonework and stuff in it too.
So you guys start
Wait.
ascending the stairs, and
Yeah, I'll
like
put the bandage away.
like you guys have like a proper staircase to climb up, but the stairs themselves are like 10 feet high each.
Oh jeez.
So we have to take the side stairs then.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you
Just
guys are
leap aimlessly.
are marching up, and you get to the upper landing, and you turn left, and you head through a little alcove, and it opens into a hallway. And one of the doors, the nearest door, is open, and that opens into just this charming little Kalashite style sitting room with cushions on the floor. It's the same concept as what Embrick and Avi have in the upstairs of their house, but much bigger.
So Loris is probably like immediately smiling, like, home.
Yes.
You know, Embrick and Avi would be so jealous of you if you told them about this.
Right?
Oh, they're probably going to kill me for this later.
If we tell them that we met
If
a
they
Callum,
believe you.
if we tell them we met what is effectively a Calamshinian, well, I love to
Kalashite,
say
the word is what you're looking for.
Kalashite, what is effectively a Calamshite. Well, I'm loath to say god, but I mean bluntly,
Legend?
Forge. No god.
Forge has
Master's
been Forge has been mistaken as an Ifriti. Like, oh my, by crap!
Hell, for all we all know, they could have met him already.
I give you shit all the time, Zelcom, but this.
There's a hookah in the middle of the
Contacting-
room if anybody wants to partake, by the way.
This
This dragon gonna have the good move.
Yeah, he is.
contacting such a
Loris is probably
legendary.
going to just
entity.
out of necessity.
The question is, would
impressed
Embrick and
with you,
Avi
Zelcom.
believe us?
I truly am impressed.
Honestly, Pierce, so am I.
What?
Oh god.
And just the word "what" just like echoes through the palace. Rashal like flinches, drops the wand of the hookah.
And Lawrence has hit the deck like, oh crap. We're all
Really,
dead.
what did you take?
Sound good. Esvili, what did you touch?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
What did you
Insight.
do?
Nothing.
Insight. Insight.
Yeah, go ahead.
What happened? She fucked something.
Pierce is gonna like poke his head back out the door, look around, see if they see him.
She seems
Yeah, that was
genuine
gonna happen.
to all of you.
Okay.
She seems genuine.
Fair.
All right, fair enough.
I'm gonna poke my head out the door, see if I see the dragon going anywhere.
Yeah, the dragon, like you see, like you look out across the staircase in the central room, you see his gigantic head come out of the like the right hand hallway, like facing you. And you see him like his face contorts in a weird way, and you realize that he's trying to smile, and he just goes, "Sorry, be with you in a moment."
Is
Everything okay?
Everything okay?
A moment.
And Lawrence is like wrapping his chest, like, okay, now I can get my heart restarted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
So yeah, you guys like flop down, get comfy, all that stuff. It doesn't take long at all before the old man appears. He's carrying a serving platter with baklava on it and little like cups of tea all around it. And it's not so much the like platter as the way the baklava is arranged that makes you all go, wait a minute.
What do you mean?
It's exactly Master Avi's, isn't it?
Yes, it's exactly Master Avi's. And
Of course it is.
he sets the
And
platter
just looks
down
at-
in front of all of you, and he sets down on a cushion, and he says, I took the liberty of looking into Waterdeep these days, seeing what was going on, see what, if anything, I could be of use to all of you. I take it you know about the Draconians.
That just
I-
confirms
Only
what we
bits and
thought, yeah.
pieces.
Yes, but
Wow. You
more
Yeah.
information the
Still
better.
something of an enigma to us.
Do you know about the Giants?
A little bit.
Vaguely? Something about the
Vaguely.
ordning?
Yeah, something to that degree.
What about the Jade statue?
Jade
The what?
statue.
That's
What?
new.
The what?
That is new.
He grins. Ah, good. I can be of use to you. It's been so long since I've been of use to anyone. And he grabs a piece of baklava, dips it in the tea, pops it in his mouth.
And Lawrence is
Connie helps
Here's
herself.
some-
probably trying not to cry.
There's an animate jade statue in the sewers of Waterdeep.
Okay, well, yeah.
You knew about this.
I didn't.
We knew there was something fucky in the sewer we had to deal with, but we had no idea what or where.
It appears to be an attempt at immortality.
Oh.
Got a
Lovely.
soul in it.
Good.
Mm.
But something went wrong, and now the statue is absorbing souls of others.
I think this might be your soul eater then, Braden.
Yep. Jade statue. That's.
We had absolutely no leads. This is incredible help.
Yeah.
We had,
You know
well,
where it is?
we had a lead, but this just takes out the middleman, really.
This is-
Incredibly useful.
Yeah, this is great information.
Be warned. It's resistant to most magical damage and mundane damage.
Oh,
Great.
Raw arcane force is what you need.
raw arcane.
Like,
Like magic missile.
Precisely.
don't know if I...
just straight magical effects, no bells
I
and
am
whistles.
at your disposal as the effects of my seeing stone linger. You have a seeing stone? Of course I have a seeing stone.
This is... okay. You know that, like, that scene from Toy Story where Woody's like, you are a toy?
Mm-hmm.
Salcom just looks at his Vile and does that like he is Forge. He, they.
I mean, at that point, Lawrence picks up a piece of baklava and just
Stone.
raises it appreciatively.
There's
It is
so much.
exactly Avi's recipe. Like,
And
it is exactly Avi's recipe.
it's just like,
I wonder.
So
I
hang
wonder
on,
how
hang
much
on, hang on, hang on, Pierce. So Lawrence takes a bite of it and he says, "Do you like it? I learned the recipe from a water ganassi that visited me some years ago."
Hey, what did I say?
Ah!
and just Lawrence sighs and says, "You would know, Master Avi, wouldn't you?"
Yes, yes. He wanted my opinion on winning the heart of... Well, he was looking for an Ifriti, you see, and apparently he had his eye on a Djinborn.
That would be
Oh.
Master Embrick.
As that was the name, Embrick. You know them.
You can say
I'm
what
their
you-
apprentice.
There. Oh, they're together. How wonderful. I
You're
do
more
love a
than their
happy ending to my
apprentice,
stories.
Lawrence.
They've got a
Exactly.
lovely little forge set up in Waterdeep.
They kind of adopted us, didn't they?
Yeah.
With Lawrence first.
Give
Well,
them my
they don't-
regards. Tell them... Well, I don't suppose my name matters now, but tell them Forja Thanthier says hello.
Forge of
Forge of Thanthier. All right. I will be most certain to pass that along. It sounds like Master Emmerich and Master Avi would be quite welcoming of that news.
I hope everything's alright. Didn't you say they had to leave for family things?
It was a few 10 days. They had things to take care of.
With the kindest respects, Sir Forge, your name has far from waned of importance. You're constantly mentioned in stories, both fiction and reality. You're one of the most consistent names I've seen among the books in Rashal's shop.
Who is Rashal?
Gestures.
Gestures to the gold dragonborn.
The Forge turns to Rashal. He says, I don't suppose I could convince you to remove those books. I'm afraid I don't understand, Master Forge. Remove the tomes of your deeds and works. I like to help where I can, certainly, but I like my solitude just as much.
I believe most of them are more fiction than reality.
What is fiction, but not a grain of truth? Like a grain of sand, one might say. You can see similarities in the Gold Dragonborn and the Gold Dragon.
Right.
Regardless of if they're true or not, it still calls you to attention.
That's how you found me.
I take it you don't want to be disturbed.
Not too terribly often. Maybe once a century wouldn't be so bad.
I'm sincerely sorry. As I said, I was trying to call on your fire.
Yes, I almost forgot. He just turns his head wherever the dolly is and just, like, closes one nostril with his finger and just snort, and this, like, meteor comes out of his nose and just smashes into the boulder.
The temperature of the room raises several degrees.
Very much so. Like, you all start sweating.
Probably with the exception of Lawrence, for the sheer fact of
Nope.
he's used to the. Oh, really? It's that hot.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yeah, it turns into a fireball just sitting on the dolly.
Appreciative whistle.
That's one way to do it.
Whew.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I thought that the demon steel was warm.
I wonder if with the Seeing Stone, if they could see the other things going on in the world.
Certainly, certainly. And other worlds besides.
Huh.
I'm very old and very wise, I'll grant you, but how do you think I was always able to be of use? I have a few secrets. Seeing Stone is one of them.
A very helpful secret indeed.
You have our thanks.
What is it you'd like to know? That's going to need some time to cook, so...
I'll be honest, the first thing that came to mind was to see if any of the simulacrums survived in Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Manchun.
Manchun. He lost a few recently, I believe.
Puts up
What
with
we-
that thanks to us, to be honest.
How we're doing.
There's
Oh.
more left?
Oh, yes, no. There was 8 originally, now there's 5.
Ugh. Okay.
And Lawrence just sighs and says, "Of course there are."
Luckily for you, only 4 of them are on your plane of existence.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that might not
Where's
be.
the last one?
The City of Brass.
That's bad.
Okay.
Imprisoned or? Please tell me he's imprisoned for
I didn't
something.
look that hard, honestly.
Fair
He's
enough.
kind of an adversary of ours, I suppose.
You lot,
He's
making
he's-
adversary of the man who went to war with himself. My, for up-and-comers, you're already quite storied.
To be fair,
To be fair, he kidnapped him. Pointing to Lawrence.
Yeah, he's Manchun is the reason I'm a forge cleric now. I didn't
We were-
start out this way.
We started looking for the Stone of Galore. He wanted it. He took
The
my
stone
brother.
of, do you have the Stone of Galore? I'll pay you for it.
Not with us.
do.
Not in our possession.
Nope.
You know where it is?
Yes.
I
Actually-
don't believe we're at liberty to divulge that information.
Here's my brother.
Mr.
He has a seeing stone.
Yes, I have a seeing stone. I was going to just ask Elminster, but yes, I have a seeing stone.
Well, cast it really out of the bag. The black staff has it.
Kelvin?
No.
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 Vashra.
Vajra Zafar.
Vajra Safar.
Mm-hmm.
Vajra Safar. Vajra Safar.
She is
Like pulling on his gold beard. Vajra Safar. Wait. The little one always trailing after Kelvin's heels, absolutely smitten with him.
Well, she's not exactly little anymore.
Oh, what's she doing these days?
She's the current Blackstaff.
Blackstaff.
What happened to Kelvin?
We have no
Genuine
idea.
shrug.
Oh. Well,
I'm.
I dare say I'll have to look into that.
Do you happen to know Rachel?
she's
It disappeared some years ago.
a rather exceptional mage.
Well, she'd have to be if she's the Blackstaff.
She's got magic
She
that can
fought
manipulate time.
Yeah, so do
believe,
I.
I believe she calls the spell temporal transposition.
Now, she learned that from Kelvin, who learned that from me.
You created
what?
that,
That makes an
wonder
automatic
of a spell.
No. I learned it from the one who did, though.
Who was that?
Have you ever heard of mind flayers?
Oh.
Okay. I'm listening.
Yeah. We've dealt with a couple.
Well, they have powerful
No.
foes in the astral plane. And some of their wizards need to be able to manipulate time here on the material plane. For purposes of healing or giving birth and so on.
Well, that would make a lot of sense. Being able to shunt someone forward in time.
It's a Githrazi spell!
I had a hunch.
That's actually pretty neat, I'm gonna be honest.
That
you.
makes a lot of sense. That
Yeah.
does. Wait, Gith Yankee.
No, the other one.
Get the Zerai.
Gith Yankee are the magically inclined ones.
I know what I said.
No, get. Wait, Gith. Yankee, Gith.
There's
Okay,
Gith
so there's a
Razi
third
and
category.
Yankee.
Yeah, Githrazi is what I'm trying to think of.
In my time as a member of Force Grey, she's proven herself way more than I would ever dream of.
Don't sell yourself so short. You found me.
No, points to Sockham. He found you.
Yeah, but you're here. That counts.
It does count.
Feather in the
argue
cap
with that.
regardless.
The achievements of the KnightLites are a collective.
All right, let's do this, right? You all have been wonderful guests. You found me, you enjoy the baklava, and you know Emblick and Avi. I will answer any 5 questions you have. Or, I'll give you a wish.
Oh, shit!
Oh.
Out of character, no, fuck off, fucks. All back, you fucker.
There would be a catch, wouldn't there?
A wish?
It's literally a dragon that was mistaken as an Ifriti. No, thank you.
I mean,
On the other hand, wish.
On the other hand, you're right.
No.
there's a lot we could do with a wish.
There's a lot you
Yes,
could do with
there
any
is.
5 questions, too.
Sure.
Any
I'm just terrible at coming up with
questions?
Wait, how many of us are there?
There's 6, 7, 8.
8. There's
of
8
us.
people in this room, not counting Forge.
I'd rather you guys use the questions. So.
Braden pretty much has everything he needs about the Jade statue.
Do we know where it is?
And the sewer, we've got pretty much maps to pinpoint
Okay.
the area of search.
I have a conundrum because I have a question I want to ask, but A, Connie doesn't know about it in character.
You guys need to decide, like, in character, if you're going to do the wish or the or the
we need
question? Because like that's relevant.
Either option seems useful for us.
Wishes are dangerous. They are very dangerous.
I quite agree with
it's
Master
not-
Averil.
It's not sheer power alone that gets one mistaken as an Afriti.
I haven't researched Afritis.
It's
It's a very
Type of- it's a-
trickster-like spirit.
a type of djinn.
It's like if you wish for a tail, you might end up just becoming a tail or something like that.
I wish, if the classic,
You wish for a tail, you just learn a story.
you wish to be made a sandwich, you become a sandwich. That sort of situation.
I can make you a sandwich if you like.
No, thank you.
So then the questions then.
I
That's what you
believe
guys
that
want.
That would be more apt.
Curiosity is much more valuable than greed.
Yeah, I would agree with that one.
You have passed my test.
that
Just
was
wanted-
Okay then.
Just want to say, IRL me would have failed that test instantly.
I mean, yeah, to be honest, mainly because I couldn't think of questions.
Yes.
Oh yeah, right.
Alright, just
God,
gotta think of-
knowing 5, just any questions you just know the answer to.
if you
That
don't
is
want.
so much.
Oh.
I mean,
I am at your disposal.
I feel like
But-
we need some time to decide what questions we're going to ask.
You are welcome to rest here. Though time still advances on your plane.
Oh, yeah, we're
Absolutely.
gonna like go out and like 100 years to pass. How does that work?
Wait, what?
Like, is time moving the same here?
Is this a Rip Van Winkle situation?
Of a sort. It's not exact, but I can put you out when you need to be out.
Okay.
I suppose like the most immediate thing is what's the deal with the castle? The floating
Castle?
one above the forest.
The floating castle near Waterdeep.
I mean, I'm not actually asking. I'm conferring with the group. Like,
Yeah, I think that's a good one.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
much
a pretty good one.
information. What information? I believe the best way we could phrase that question would be, and correct me if I'm wrong. What can you tell us about the castle in the sky approaching Waterdeep?
I do hope you won't think less of me for my answer.
Uh-oh.
God damn it, Kit.
It's not what you think it is, and it would be a great deal more amusing for you to find for yourselves. Your story is still being written. But
fair.
it is not what you are preparing for.
Okay.
Not
So-
really sure what to do with that.
Not hill giants? Is that what we settled on?
Oh, we
No,
just
that was-
certainly not hill giants.
That was golden.
No,
No,
Hill
that
Giants
was-
with Golden Fields.
Okay.
But wait,
Hill giants in a floating castle. That's, you know what? That's so funny. I'm not going to count that question against you. Hill giants in a floating castle. What's next? Fire giants in the Icewind Dale?
Well, I've never fought one.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think Sockham gets that face like, oh.
Sock, you might want to tell him.
Like a blue dragon breathing acid. Wonderful. Wonderful. Pops another
But-
piece of baklava into his mouth.
Sock, why the face?
Well, one, he's like looking at the others. One, remember the ordning is changing.
That's a
Two.
word you should not know, young man.
The ordinary?
That's not a word for mortals at all.
I think he like looks at Forge and makes that smile like, fuck.
I don't think.
It's
Did
some
you-
kind of giant
Wait,
pecking order.
No,
walk.
hang on. Wait. No. You didn't learn that from a mortal at all, did you?
Got
You
it
learned
from
it from-
Snorri.
Yeah, you learned it
Got
from
it
Snorri.
Snorri.
He's kind of deific.
That's that's what you call a protected piece of terminology there, young man.
Let's say I have special rights. I'm
I
a
should
skald.
say so. You contacted me.
I'm a skald, a storyteller, the soul forger.
I can see a bit of Eric in you.
I honestly think Sockham blushes.
Hey, Sock,
Nice.
Yeah?
we could ask about Wolf.
That's...
You know more about it than I do.
A hill
I think-
giant in a floating castle. I'm sorry, that's just so amusing to me.
I think I'll be getting a chance to meet them anyway.
Ooh,
I'd like to join you.
Recently I called out to, one of our people's deities. Wolf.
Jara.
Yes. And, instead of the Jara I had met before,
Met Jara. Up and comers indeed.
We get around.
yes, instead of that Jara, I encountered a halfling that looked like in every way but blood they were a Goliath.
Interesting. Interesting. That would mean the Jara's come back. Eric will be right on her heels then.
Eric.
From what I heard, Eric's also missing from Valorholm, and so is Torvald.
They
Well,
came back.
Torvald never stays in Valorholm very long.
Wait.
From
What
what-
is Eric known for?
Eric,
it's like, what is Eric known for? Picks up the cup of tea, gestures at Sokka with it, takes a long sip.
Like they were
Eric-
resurrected.
Eric was
This is a dumb.
Eric was known
No,
as the
can't-
Younger, and then he led our people alongside Jara to a better home, a better land.
The spine of the world.
Yeah, and he became Eric the Proud.
No, he was Eric the Proud before that. He was Eric the Younger after.
How did he become the Younger after? I'll have to look into that later.
Where do you
But-
suppose they came from?
Well, that
He grins when you say that. He's like, want to
That
use your
wasn't supposed to be-
question?
No, I'm more music.
I can
than
tell
anything.
you if you like.
We're mostly musing at the moment. We will formally ask the questions, I believe.
yes.
No need for such formalities. It's all in good fun.
Actually,
Yes, but how often do you get 5 questions from a dragon that knows something about everything?
I don't know the contents of Loth's boudoir. That's not fair.
But you know, Wolf has a boudoir.
Don't you?
No.
I certainly do.
Now,
listen.
now
I
we
don't.
do.
I don't believe Loth owns clothes in general. I'm just saying.
Oh right, you would know
I
that.
never
wouldn't you?
said clothes, young man. I said contents.
That's fair.
Oh no, I can only imagine she's
I
got a head
wonder
there.
who Eric.
From the time I met Loth, I am not.
You met Loth. You went to Valorholm. You met Loth. You. Next,
Two
you're going
entirely
to
separate and-
tell me you've laid eyes on the Salamandra.
Yes.
Yes, actually.
About that.
It's like slowly puts it. You're not up and comers.
It's been a crazy few weeks.
Well, we were when we got to Waterdeep.
It's literally been like 5 weeks.
No, it's been like 3.
It's
We're not.
been like. No, we rested for a week, so it's about 5 now.
It's been about a month.
Around a month.
Sockham starts flipping through his little black book. Right. Oranax was guarding the Vault of Dragons, wielding the Salamandra and the Dragon Staff of Agragan.
I will thank you never to say that poser's name in my palace again.
We don't actually know who he is.
No.
We
So,
don't know
all
anything
Oranax.
about them.
Oh.
We actually don't know much, if anything, about them other than
He's
they
a
were
tosser.
Oh,
I mean, he does work for Daggled.
He did.
worked for Daggled.
I don't know. He took orders from Rainier. I think
I
he's
tell
still
you what,
working for the
I tell you what,
Nebrubber family.
Give me your other 4 questions, and I'll level Daggle's castle.
Daggle is dead.
Is or
he?
isn't?
I thought he was in Neverwinter.
No, Daggle's not dead.
He isn't?
No.
No.
No, he's in.
He's never.
He was ousted. He wasn't killed.
Yeah, he was ousted. He was deposed.
Then let me correct
In
my
exile,
statement.
basically.
It isn't his castle anymore.
Unless you want to destroy the one up in Neverwinter.
Ah, that's the one I meant. I thought that's what you were referring to.
I know some people who would like that.
I mean, we all know people that would like that. Most of Waterdeep would like that. But we really shouldn't, because I have a feeling that puts,
A diplomatic
Never.
catastrophe. B. There's not. There are people who are not Daggle in that castle, probably.
All right, so I will eat him.
I mean,
whatever you want to do, sir, is entirely up to you.
I would
would
like to
still like-
skin Aranax and use him as a rug in my foyer. That's what I would like to do.
Those are some choice words.
I'm respectfully as I can, sir. You are absolutely terrifying and one of the coolest people I have ever met.
So about figuring out those questions.
Who was that little one that enjoyed hanging out in near Waterdeep a few centuries ago? Zelifar! Yes! Have you met a
we know
bronze
him.
dragon named Zelifar?
Yes. we know.
Yes, he loves
We
he
did,
likes
actually.
baklava, and he lives in the harbor, and he tried to steal my axe. I think Sokkum like holds Galestorm when he says and he says axe.
I'll give you a wish for it.
No.
No.
Definitely not.
Family
yeah,
heirloom.
we absolutely met Zelithorn.
There is nothing in all of the planes that I will take to give up Galestorm.
Because I like Zelifar.
Funnily
He
enough,
was-
so do I.
He was a friend of ours. Is a friend of ours.
Oh.
He was kind enough to let us scavenge some scales of his after he wasted a battlefield for us.
Yeah, he kind of saved our asses when we were first
Yes.
arrived in Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, and he like scratches at his neck and he does the coin behind the ear thing and produces a gold dragon scale and just holds it out.
Pierce will like
It's the size of a dinner plate.
tentatively hold his hands out. Are you sure?
If you're picking up my skin peels, you're doing me a favor.
I mean, we'll take them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
How heavy is the dragon scale?
It's bigger than Telephorn, like by a substantial amount.
Yeah, so let me. I have
Zolfarn's,
Zelithorn's
I think, was
scale
like
still on my
5 to 7
person.
pounds. So
Yeah,
how much
this is like
one?
12 pounds.
Call it gross all you want. If you want, like, a
That was
cleaning
great, not-
service, if you want a cleaning service to get rid of those, you can absolutely hire one of us.
Yeah.
We'll show up every once in a while and get them out of here for you. Happily.
Done.
Alright.
Fair trade.
Bring
Give us
wheelbarrows.
Just give us a poke when you want us to show up.
I'll do that. I'll do that, yes. You still have a few questions to ask me, though, about anything you
Yeah,
want,
okay.
past, present, future, your plane, a different plane.
Okay.
I know how to thank you for taking those off my hands. Think of your questions. I'll be right back. And he, he doesn't even, fully metamorph. He just, jumps up, sprouts wings, and glides out of the room.
Cool.
What do we want to
So
ask?
cool.
What the fuck did we just agree to?
Maid service for a dragon.
Yes!
Occasional,
Clearly.
I mean,
Basically.
yes, kind of.
occasional cleanup duty that will likely make us some of the richest people in Waterdeep. That we can
Like we
then
weren't already.
Make us richer.
The entire Sword Coast.
then we can redistribute that money to people that need it. Boom.
Keep in mind, occasional for him, and it'd be a lot longer than it is for us.
Sokam says, we could reach him to that people who needs it, and Isvele says, precisely, like me.
Yeah. So what do we
Well,
want to do?
about that
Cut the same with
horde.
the rest of us.
You ever heard of flooding the market?
I mean, we're not flooding the market. We're just getting money.
Let's flooding it
already.
more scale avalanche.
We're just getting money that's already there and moving it back into the system.
You know, if the bronze dragon skills were as lucrative as they were, the golden ones are going to be substantially more.
We
Oh,
should start a
absolutely.
guild page.
We just got to be careful to stagger their introduction into the economy.
Anyway, to the
Let's
questions.
come up with the questions, yeah.
It's for the
Right.
questions.
Does anyone does anyone particularly mind if I ask about Bear's Heart?
You need
what
to go
sense?
there to get your whole like gestures at him thing back.
Yeah.
So
You kind of need to know that, I suppose.
I'm just not really sure how to word my question because I
And he said that Jar and Eric came back, if I were to use his words.
If Eric is back, and he's known for what you do,
no.
Question is,
I
did he come
see.
back
I
as like
see
an
that.
adult or a baby or
I
What-
see that look on your face. No. There's no way.
no
you
martial art?
say there's no way, but
I met him. There's no way.
that's
Oh.
isn't time irrelevant to them?
I mean, yes, but also
Space isn't.
If they're on this planet.
What?
Time is irrelevant, space is not.
Oh, I thought you
Space
said
is
his
not.
face.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you also said his face isn't.
No, space is not.
Okay.
So yeah, if they're back on our plane, then
yeah. There's,
So it would be physically impossible for Eric to meet Eric.
yeah.
Gotcha.
You know, I've just had a morbid thought, and I don't actually know if I want to follow through with it.
Go on.
The question that came to mind was like specifically for Braden: how's his mother doing? And when is she?
You could ask that.
I could
just
ask
had
it,
a-
but at the same time, I don't know if Braden would ask that.
I just had a whack ass thought.
Go for it. The floor is yours.
He's. Oh fuck! I can't remember his name. That young Tor. The one that wanted to lead everyone
I know the
south.
one you mean.
Oh,
Did we ever get any?
Sprouting Earth.
Sprouting Earth. Fucking dead ass. Isn't he literally leading our people to a more prosperous land?
Theoretically.
I don't remember if Rockham was there for that conversation.
Oh no, this is a Vom thing.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like during the spirit
No.
trip.
No, sprouting Earth is a Tor.
Would we know to ask?
Eric.
Or would you know to ask that?
Is there fucking Tor?
Thank you for that idea, by the way.
I was about to say, if it wasn't canon then, it might be canon now.
I'm sorry, Jara's a halfling now.
Apparently.
Is Eric a Tor?
They don't necessarily have to be together.
Sure.
They will meet eventually, though, by the sounds of it.
Yes. They are destined to meet. They're not necessarily destined to be together. I'm not telling you who I'm going to make Eric. I'm not telling you if you've met him already or not.
Noted.
Fair enough.
That's also not relevant to Tails.
No, it
It's
is
not.
not. That's just my ADD brain going bananas.
I can't come up with anything to ask.
You could ask about the dragons, you could ask about the giants, you could ask about the jade statue, you could ask about any side quests that you have, or
I
any
know.
plot arcs that you want more information on.
It's Vela.
I mean, I've pretty much got everything about the statue.
We could. When we were in the. Fuck, I'm forgetting their names. The castle. The castle.
Oh,
and
the villa.
Oh, the Castellaners.
There was that missing person's thing, and you asked to see it as if that you were looking for somebody else.
I don't see how that's relevant.
You could find out where they are.
I could.
Oh, speaking of missing persons, Pierce, you could ask about your friend.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Fuck.
dang.
It's a good one.
Yeah, you know, that friend that was relevant to you to the point of
30
willingness to be
episodes, 40.
kidnapped. And then
Sure.
we forgot about it.
You are correct.
Whoops.
Did that get dealt with by someone else?
No.
It's in the process of being dealt with by
This,
Black
this is out of character.
Alistair.
To be honest, I'm not particularly interested in what the dragon has to say in that regard.
You just want to ask if you could have some loot.
Well, yes, but
You are
also
not
I'm
using
not.
it.
That fail.
If one of our 5 questions are left over after we've debated, you can certainly ask.
No, she cannot. That is greedy. You heard what Ford said.
I'm content leaving the questions to the lot of you. I concur, honestly. Miss Rosnar and I are KnightLites, certainly by all definition, and we're grateful for it. She nods, but we are more secondary than the lots of you.
I don't entirely agree, but alright.
The
Yeah, we
PCs
could-
get dibs on the questions.
Yeah.
We could ask about
We could ask about how and where
I do want to ask.
Tula got elicited.
Oh, yeah, where Tula got got.
That's
Yeah.
not a bad idea. We could ask for a cure. We could
we
ask
had
what
a-
a cure. What is?
We have a
what is
cure.
here?
We have a cure.
Sure.
We have a
I'm-
cure. We can ask Tristan where she got it if you'll listen.
So,
Wait, I thought our planned cure was surgery.
yeah, it is. Forge comes back in, holding something behind his back, like walking with his hands behind his back.
I think I know my first question, but I don't know how to word it.
Go on.
I'm not a genie boy.
No, but you make a good impression.
If I wanted to hurt you, I'd have already done so.
Yeah, he
Alright.
Like-
When I first came to Waterdeep,
Hmm?
I was searching for my friend.
I'm going
Wait.
to stop you right there. You don't want the answer to that.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
I
Oof.
see.
I'll tell you if you insist, but I don't recommend it.
I feel like
If I
it's better
don't
than
get the answer, I'm going to go looking.
Well,
I feel that's fair.
you'll have to start looking in Skullport.
that. Cool.
Oh, good. That's where Volo went.
Nope, that's not where Volo
I
went.
thought Volo
Wait, I thought Volo
First time
Oh,
we-
I think
was it-
Skullport is in the Underdark?
It is.
Skullport is in Under Mountain,
Skullport.
which is where the portal leads.
Correct.
Oh, I was
Volo went to
misremembering.
Cholt,
That's right. My
Yeah,
mistake.
he
I
went
got
to
mixed
Port.
Just
Yeah,
He
that.
went to Port Nanzaru.
Nyanzaru. But yes.
That's
Yeah,
why I was thinking.
Then
Okay.
allow me to finish my question.
Like sits down. You hear something thunk on the floor behind him.
Is he alive?
I swear to God, if you say in a manner of speaking.
That's what I was about to say. Fine. Fine.
Well,
From a
There's not enough
certain,
obvious showing.
from a
You
certain
have-
point of view,
and probably everyone, completely gets that. Just wince.
I mean, that can mean a lot of things.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Also, that's technically 2 questions, isn't it?
just one.
No, he didn't finish his first statement. He was
Ah,
told you don't want to
Okay,
finish that.
I misunderstood then.
I think Braden would shuffle over and like put a hand on Pierce's shoulder.
Yeah.
Where Shaw like pats your thigh. Pierce. I imagine the wizards are sitting together.
Of course they are.
Hey, I have magic now. I can be included.
Hey.
If it's in a matter of speaking, maybe there's hope for him still.
Maybe.
That hope
Aye.
is beyond the likes of you. At the moment.
At the moment.
At the moment. One day, but
One day.
certainly not today.
Like when you're Blackstaff. Whoop.
We all knew that's gonna happen someday.
Yeah, it's just like we all knew that one was going to happen.
I believe in Pierce.
On my count,
One
that's
day.
3 more.
We'll see.
That's gave me an interesting
I
thought.
thought you weren't counting the first one against us.
I wasn't, but you asked
No.
the second one.
No, we brought
No,
up the last
it-
one.
No, what
We
was
asked
the
one, then we asked another one, which was
what were the questions?
We asked about the castle in the sky, and we asked about your friend.
And then he didn't count
And-
the castle against us.
and then he
because
didn't count
the
the
No,
castle
no, no,
against
no,
it.
no,
He
no.
counted
He
funny.
counted the castle against you. What he didn't count was, is it hill giants?
Gotcha.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, we have 3 more then.
could ask again about Golden Fields
Not a terrible idea.
We
because that's apparently separate from the castle.
What would you want to ask specifically?
Uh,
Going there tomorrow.
I suppose was the invading force was going there.
All yours if you want it.
See, this is where me being good at wording things isn't.
Maybe is Golden Fields able to be saved?
Could you elaborate on the goblinoid attack on Golden Fields?
Is that what you're asking?
Well, Belt is asking it, I think. I'm just offering phrasing.
I think it's a good question. It's good to know what we're getting into.
Yeah, I'd say let's go with that.
So I suppose what is it that's attacking Golden Fields? Assuming that there is something.
A veritable army. A small clan of hill giants has taken to raising force against, well, anyone in civilized society. They've got a couple of Ettins, several hobgoblins, a few orcs, and a veritable swarm of goblins, and they're all set to attack the monastery.
Ah, so it's worse than I was thinking.
I honestly think Sockham like lightly smacks his leg and is like, I knew it.
Oh, this will
Yeah,
be
that's
Not
tight.
your biggest concern at the moment.
No.
No.
The champions of the north will take care of that.
The chap-
Okay.
Oh, right,
What?
Kelio.
Well, it might be more convenient for you to do it. Either way, that shouldn't be your chief concern. You'll be able to rout those lot with relative ease.
Something something castle, something something jade statue.
Right.
Something something
So-
illithid that got Tula.
So,
That's been dealt with.
Something dragons.
So
I-
we have 2 questions remaining.
Mm-hmm.
What are the options we have on the table to ask about?
Anything and
have-
everything.
a little bit of everything. Stopping right there.
Thank you.
I didn't intend to keep the
Information.
melody when saying that. I apologize.
It's all good.
You mentioned dragons.
Oh yeah, the dragon kin you were hunting, Rock?
Gonna ask where they're coming from.
Yeah.
That's
think
the
I
answer
know.
to.
Are they connected to Tiamat? That was out of character. I'm not actually asking
Actually,
Trying to think how to
where
phrase it.
are the dragonkin coming from is a very good question.
On your plane or
that.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say our plane so we can hopefully plug the hole they're coming from.
On the other hand, if we find out which plane they're coming from, we could stop them from coming through the hole in the first place.
Well, if we find the hole, I assume we'll know from there.
Not necessarily.
I mean, you're the
could be
whole.
one
He like
way.
wiggles his fingers. You got the whole wizardry thing.
Yeah, and I mean it when I say this. One-way portals are a thing.
yes, they are.
Yeah, we
We'll
can
just,
close the hole.
yeah,
They make another one. We shoot them in the face.
easy.
Not
Oh.
I
So
suppose it would be better to ask where we have to go to stop them from coming into this plane.
I cannot tell you a location, but I can tell you an objective.
All
Sure.
right.
Find the Horde of the Dragon Queen.
Horde of the Dragon Queen? Okay.
The Dragon Queen would be. I think Pierce looks to Rashal.
Tiamat, Mustafa.
Oh,
Lawrence lets out a sigh, like, oh boy.
lit.
Wait, I thought
No,
she was dead.
fucking
We're going
awesome.
after another horde, okay.
We went from one dragon's horde straight to hunting down another.
Hey, we have a theme, right?
Okay, so what does the Queen of Dragons horde? She's asking the group, not the dragon specifically.
It's supposedly every horde has. Every dragon has their horde. The horde we would be looking for would be that of the god of chromatic dragons.
I'll reiterate, isn't she meant to be dead?
Didn't we go see
Yes,
an
but-
opera about the people who killed her?
Right, yes, but also
Resurrected or something?
Wait,
Is that even
didn't
possible?
you, Sockham, when you came out of the spirit vision thing, you mentioned Tiamat coming back.
mhm. It's just a theory that me and Snorri put together, but
Yeah,
it would
the
explain a
pieces-
lot.
Yeah, the pieces would line up. How do we even fight something like that?
Well, either we can beseech Bahamut to bless us, or
Not a good idea.
we try to become gods ourselves.
If you can contact Bahamut, could you do me a favor and give me its address?
I want to be pen pals.
Likewise,
As for,
Master
as for the whole becoming gods ourselves, don't really know if that's possible.
Probably not.
I cannot set you on the path to becoming gods, but I can help you with her. Soldiers.
Connie's taking very careful notes on this one.
And yeah, and Lawrence is too.
Yeah, he like reaches behind him and he pulls out what looks like a harpoon at first, except it's massive. It's about 9 feet long. The handle is about 6 feet long, and it's got this like interwoven spiral double barb like coming off the head. It seems to be made of like mithril or some other silvery metal, some silvery white metal. And the handle is carved with like, they're not glowing, but like obviously magic runes.
Interesting.
I mean, Lawrence is looking at this with a sniff eye, like, ooh.
And Pierce is looking at this from an arcanist.
Meanwhile, Sokkum looking at it from a warrior's perspective.
And none of you have seen its like before.
Yeah.
Like, the smithing techniques involved, you have never seen, Lawrence. The enchantment runes and the runes of binding, you have never seen, Pierce. And Salk, you've never seen a weapon that looks like this.
Are there runes in a language we would know?
No.
What is this?
A weapon.
Are you sure? It looks like a piece of art.
Are we going whaling?
I'm certain. If Tiamat, or her followers working in her name, are bringing these soldiers from elsewhere, these nigh invincible soldiers, I should add, it's only fair that we, and he looks at Rashal, as agents of Bahamut, should bring forth the antidote to her poison. He like sets it down in front of him.
So this can hurt them.
This is a dragon lance.
Damn it, Fox.
Would an art
Dragon Lights.
would an
Roll credits. Wait, no, wrong series.
Would an Arcana check do anything for me with this thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was waiting for it.
But I'm going to warn you right now, the DC is 20.
I have advantage on Arcana checks.
You have never seen the likes of this thing before.
My amulet gives me advantage on Arcana check.
Good luck.
Wait. Is Pierce like gearing up to look at this
You
thing
want to give him
deeper?
Bardic Inspiration?
I'm thinking about it.
Do it, you won't.
Now's a good time.
Seeing as we're talking about re-killing a god, would a religion check do anything for me?
You can certainly try.
I'd like to
if
roll
you're
something. I don't
willing-
know what.
If you're willing to help me out, Suckum, I'd love it.
They got this. Fellas. It's okay.
Yeah, you got a D6, my guy.
Sweet.
Roll the
Fuck yeah.
D6, my guy.
You got this, my guy.
You got a 4, my dude.
Okay, Connie, you got 3 questions about Tiamat. Feel free. Pierce, with a 25, what do you want to know about this thing?
What? Like, okay. So from the top,
Make it pop.
I fought so hard not to do that.
You have 6 questions, and I would give you additional information if I could, but like I don't know what you want to know.
Which is fair.
like,
Usually you're able to give us extra information on stuff we're rolling questions for because
but like
you-
we don't
you
know
already
anything about
understand.
this previously.
No,
Like,
I can give you a physical description, and I can give you its name because that's what he said. But like that's it.
yeah. Okay. What I want to know is
You cannot ask
What?
me about the history of this item. You rolled Arcana.
I did. I want to know. I don't know how to phrase this other than I can break this question down, but starting out, it's what do the enchantments on it do?
Okay. Fair is fair. These enchantments do not work the same way that you understand enchantments to work.
So this is like
Enchantments
alchemy and chemistry. It's two different sciences based around the same thing.
No.
Okay.
In Faerun and in traditional D&D, you enchant an object, you make it stronger, and the runes on it are basically like the verbal and somatic components of a spell to lay the spell upon the object and allow it to do that spell, right? Like a flame-tongued sword has like runes of fireball on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The runes on this do not function that way.
Okay.
Like, there is no spell laid upon this weapon. It is not a spear of fireball. If you swung this thing, it wouldn't make electric sparks. It wouldn't, there's no spell
I have
as you
a
understand
dumb
it
question.
laid on this thing. Go ahead.
Could I augment this check with an investigation check to try and figure out what it, like, how it works?
No, your Arcana check is doing that.
Okay, I mean, like,
You're just not at that point of the explanation yet.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
okay. I get it.
Like, the way that
Okay.
the way that the spell works, it's like, okay, here is a really good example. It is not this literally, right? But
Yes.
look at a motherboard for a computer.
Uh-huh.
You might know what the slots are for,
Ah, so it's firstborn tech.
but you can't shush. But you can't read a circuit board, right?
Yes.
It's like that. You know it does a thing. You know stuff might plug into it. But could you, Nightfall, sit there and explain to me how a motherboard works?
No.
It's that. And also a motherboard facilitates other things, right? Same thing.
By the sounds of it, it's a do all dragon killer.
It's so weird to think about because you go from one system of magic entirely
exactly.
to something entirely foreign that's based around the same thing you already know.
Yes, it's not like somebody who can read English looking at Spanish words. It's like somebody who can read English looking at Sanskrit.
It's almost there, but not quite.
That's a really fascinating comparison.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have how many more questions?
5.
Oh boy.
Connie, you got 3.
How did they kill her the first time?
I don't know the answer to that, so I'm not going to count that against you.
Fair enough.
Hold on.
So if Rashal hoards books and knowledge, and Forge hoards gestures vaguely around, what does Tiamat hoard? Or did hoard?
Power? Tiamat was a conqueror at the end of the day.
Oh, oops, I'm looking at Babylon Myth.
So if I can't compare it to magic I already know, starting from the ground up on trying to understand it, what can I gather about this magic system and how it works?
It's almost like a chemical reagent. The runes and the magic on this will interact with magic, and that reaction will do something. It's like, instead of the magic...
I have a better analogy for you.
Okay.
Where Faerunian magic is like building a sentence, this magic is like literal chemistry.
Yes. Like, if your amulet, which has magic on it, right? Let's say that is water. A bonding of hydrogen and oxygen, right?
Yes.
This spear is just sodium.
Oh, wow.
So it can interact with things, but it itself is just kind of a thing.
Inert until acted upon.
Correct.
Okay. Fun fact, I know this is all written in English, but reading like early edition D&D lore is like trying to decipher another language.
I agree with you completely.
Another point in Fox Official version.
Thank you.
Trying to think of some questions.
Building off of that, building it from the ground up.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of reactions could this item create?
It would depend. If it is a base magical element, then what it bonds with would create a new substance. And let's take it like step by step, right?
Yeah.
Let's say this is oxygen, right?
Mm-hmm.
You combine oxygen with hydrogen, and you get water. If you don't know shit about chemistry, I mean, hell, I know a little bit about chemistry, and I still don't fucking get it. I understand that the mixing of hydrogen and oxygen makes water, but that's fucking magic. Right? Like...
Yeah. But it kind of does it on its own when you put them together.
Yes, but like if somebody has a bottle full of oxygen and a bottle full of hydrogen, and you go, hey, if you put those together, you get water, they're gonna look at you like you're full of shit.
Yeah.
Like, they're gonna look at you like you're crazy.
Exactly. Like,
so in and of itself is this magic process.
Yes. So this interacting with magic, it could produce. You don't know what this could produce, but it's going to produce something.
Okay, Fox.
Yo,
I got you an answer for Gracie's question.
I don't believe I asked for one.
Okay. Just...
I mean, I'm interested in the official lore, but we're running out of time. Put it backstage. Like, I'm interested in it, but I don't want to speak it into existence quite yet.
Speaking of questions, though, you said she's a conqueror at the end of the day. Is she the kind of conqueror to take captives and make everyone her subjects, or is she more likely to burn everything down and just dance in the ashes?
Both.
I was going to say yes.
Gracie, you're familiar with Warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
You know how, at the end of the day, the Tyranids want to burn everything down and dance on the ashes, but to get there, they beg, borrow, and steal, and then fight?
Gotcha.
That's kind of her jam.
Oh.
So, subjugation is a vehicle to destruction.
Correct. And experimentation. Tiamat loves to experiment.
Great.
Well, that doesn't bode well.
Yeah, now we just worry more.
What kind of experiments?
The...
I was going to make a joke there, but that's not something I should say on stream.
Before I say anything that I'm about to say that sounds like something real world, keep it to yourselves.
Okay.
The whole, like, injecting a subject with dragon blood to see what happens kind of experiments.
Oh.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking on the same lines, Scott.
I thought so.
So, another question,
Mm-hmm.
because the Arcanist in Pierce wishes to know this.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of this magic object,
Mm-hmm.
if it were to interact with magic of any sort in the Faerunian style,
Mm-hmm.
would it create effects in and of itself, or would it be inert and not react with each other?
It will absolutely react. What it will do is a crapshoot.
I was going to say that's anybody's guess,
Because
right?
the major concern Pierce has with this item, is yes, it's not doing anything particularly right now.
Treat this item. I will just put this theory to bed right now. Treat this item as a source of wild magic.
But Waterdeep in and of itself, taking this back there, I feel like the weave is a little stronger there than other places because of the high level magic cast there, and I'm worried about that interacting with each other, with this sphere thing.
You are not gonna get more higher ambient magic pretty much anywhere in Faerun than inside a Magnificent Manor, dude. Come on.
Okay, that is valid and fair. So it's not going to react with ambient magic in this way.
Doesn't seem to. It seems to be quite stable.
I think I have one or two more questions.
That being the case, could you use it to, like, channel magic through?
I'm willing to pass one question to Gracie.
The answer is you don't know what it would do. Is this constructed in such a way to serve as a magic focus? Yes. I cannot promise that if you cast Fireball through it, you will get Fireball.
That is exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you.
It's like a Hail Mary magic thing until we know exactly what it does.
But I have also told you plainly, this is free, dragons are magic made manifest. I've told you this. Like...
Yeah, yes, you absolutely have.
Elementals,
Okay.
likewise, like... shove this thing into an arcane storm. It's gonna suck, but it might rip it apart like radiation.
All right. So what we do is we go find that kid that was in the elemental storm.
Exactly.
Oh God.
We train him up.
I think that's all my question.
You got one more, actually.
Oh. I'm opening it to the floor if anyone else has anything to bring up.
A bright one had a good one back stage.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it reacts to magic or if it reacts to, like, you stab a dragon and it does something. You stab a person and it does something.
I just answered that.
Yeah, exactly.
I was more gesturing to the, is it a one and done or is it a...
Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah, like, does it get one reaction or does it refresh?
Well,
It's
essentially,
like-
you could stab it repeatedly.
I mean,
Exactly.
okay. Then let me ask this. Does it show signs of degradation?
It's a magic item. Magic items don't show signs of degradation.
I mean, in the way that... I mean,
Like,
yes.
Are you
in
asking
our
if it
law.
has charges?
I mean, yeah, sort of.
It doesn't seem to.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Then that's the last of my questions.
Before you say, oh wow, Delta, let me be clear. There's like 3 dragon lances that exist in its own fucking fiction.
I know.
Ever. like
This.
this thing is... I'm taking a risk putting this in my campaign. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
This item. It's magic unlike any I've ever seen before.
It'll definitely be useful.
I don't even know what it will do.
I can
I
tell
assume
you
you stab a
this.
dragon with it.
You can't kill a draconian without it.
that's good to know.
So what happens if you cut a draconian's head off with just a normal sword?
Nothing.
It just keeps ticking.
No. Nothing.
The sword would break, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like
Alright.
they're immune to conventional weapons.
Correct. And
Magic
spellfire
weapons?
besides.
That's
So
disappointing.
So even something like Maelstrom would be a dud.
Unfortunately, until you can remove its shield. Gestures at the lance.
So we hit it.
It
Okay.
isn't that.
We hit it with the lance, and it removes its protections.
There
Right,
were
There's that.
hundreds of these, where these agents of Tiamat are from, and they were hunted down and systemically destroyed. Heroes, much like yourselves, managed to recover a few broken shards and reforge one of these. Not this one, precisely. This was gifted to me by, well, it don't mean anything to you, by something called a planeswalker.
Wait, that does mean something to us, doesn't it? Wait
No.
a minute.
Not to
It
me.
means something to those of us who play Magic the Gathering.
Or Wizard of the Coast lore in general, of which Dragonlance, MTG, and D&D are all the same banner.
Yeah, a little bit. I wonder if
Small
there's
Tarn looks at the
absolutely no way. Like, the forging techniques aside, this is magic unlike anything I've ever seen. Replicating this?
Oh, that's beyond your skill. That's beyond the Blackstaff skill.
I would have to relearn magic entirely.
Hmm.
Yeah,
This is
but
not a
was it-
Rosetta Stone. This is a tool.
Aye.
I don't know why hearing D&D, hearing the term Rosetta Stone be used in D&D hit me with whiplash, but it kind of did.
I mean,
This is a
considering how
this
much
is a
he fucking-
planeswalking dragon. Come on, man.
I was
You
about
know
to
what?
say it would make sense that he would know of something from IRL.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I wonder.
I wouldn't use a phrase like that if it wasn't this guy.
Yeah, fair.
Or like
God,
Gond.
God, I'm gonna
Forward.
meet an old man at work tomorrow, and he's gonna give me a look, and I'm gonna have a panic attack.
I have a
just
question.
avoid old men with spun brass beards, and you're fine.
There you go.
That's not possible where I live.
If you live around people with spun brass beards, like, damn, dude.
Man,
When I'm
some of
older
them
and have a beard, I know what I'm doing.
All right, so
apparently give me a stroke.
this, it seems it can be used as both a weapon and a focus.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a
Steady
place
now,
I
young
can-
man. You've only got one more request.
Oh, hold on.
Aside from our questions, I have something to ask.
Can't promise I'll answer you.
Rather like a place to test magic.
What do you mean?
I want.
Don't you have access to the laboratories of the tower?
I do, but I have no idea what this thing would do.
Also, I'm not letting Vajra anywhere near this thing. She might try to take it from us.
That's a good point.
If that's your choice, I can't stop you one way or the other. I've done my part in this war.
Thank you.
And we appreciate it, along with the baklava.
Like, it appears like kind of half bows.
So you do have one more question.
Yeah, we
Yes.
have one more.
I had something. If you guys don't
Yeah, what
mind.
you got?
Go on.
How heavy
Go
is this
ahead.
thing if I go to pick it up?
Just
You're
drop
not
down.
attuned
Oh,
to
no,
it, so
yeah.
it is quite heavy and unbalanced.
You want help?
Ugh.
Like, pretty much the twins could carry it. It's 9 feet long, man.
Yeah, that's gonna be weird
I
on
forgot it was
balance
9 feet long.
alone.
It's
I
9
forgot
feet
it was-
long and real fucking heavy.
It is, in fact, a lance.
It's also
For
bottom heavy as fuck. Like, the tip doesn't weigh nearly as much as the haft.
For those of us that have, had smithing experience or actually work with spears,
I hope
Yeah,
whoever
it's
has to
gonna
use
be
this
hefty.
thing-
Sorry?
What's up, Pierce?
I hope whoever has to use this thing, I wish them that it changes
best
shape
from-
when they attune
It works
to
best from a cavalry saddle.
We don't have
Oh.
much of that.
We'll just have Rockham do it.
I can't really sit on a horse.
No, but if you shift, it's all the same.
No, it's not. What?
I mean, I'm faster, but we can workshop it.
I hope whoever has
He
to
says
use
with
it
zero
gets the-
confidence.
I mean, I could always get a saddle.
I
idea.
hope that whoever has to use this gets the fortunate result of it changing shape when you attune to it.
I mean, we can find that
Or
out.
at least getting lighter. Like,
I believe Salcom had a question for Forge.
So,
Yeah,
I can't run late tonight, because cat.
right.
Yeah,
Question.
good. Floor is yours, Sokka.
Okay. I have to go on a journey. And I found out the place I have to go to was buried in ice and snow, and the people that know what I need to do when I get there are trapped inside.
I don't think anyone said trapped inside. Everyone was not up. Nobody was up there. Like literally everybody, every Goliath
No?
went to the moot.
Oh. I
Yeah, they're in the
misunderstood.
middle of clearing that out. No one's trapped.
They are clearing that out.
I misunderstood. Okay. Wait, am I a fucking idiot? Are there people
They're
already?
trapped outside, not trapped inside.
Yeah, they can't get in.
There are people
And the
already
saunas-
trying to get in.
Yeah.
I'm dumb as shit.
You could still
Curious
ask
what
how
we're
to
gonna
get
ask.
there.
The
'cause
Goliaths left the moot, and they were like, you guys want to go get drunk in Bear's Heart and, like, you know, wash the scent of dwarf off? And everybody was like, yeah, let's go get drunk. And then they got up there and they were like, fuck!
But also, I would like to point this out for a Salcom thing. Kilio said they'd tell you once you got the thing done.
Kilio is currently trapped in a snow globe.
She is. Let me fix my mic. Does that help?
Yes.
Kilio told.
But I meant literally, Kilio is currently trapped in a snow globe.
Yeah, trapped in a snow globe. Like, good luck.
Or possibly a snow cylinder. It's kind of hard to tell.
But also, Salcom doesn't know that either.
I'm curious what you were gonna ask.
Yeah, what were you going to ask?
Yeah. What were you going to ask?
I was going to ask, like, Salcom's thought was, like, what is my fastest method of getting there and freeing the building?
It's not a building.
It's like a valley.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like Shangri-La.
Oh, I
Basically
thought Bear's
clearing the
Heart.
path, right?
But
I thought Bear's Heart was a building.
No,
It's a whole
no.
fucking valley.
Bear's Heart is a valley hidden in the mountains.
Oh my god.
They got hit by a whole ass avalanche.
Yeah.
They got a whole ass avalanche up there.
Yeah.
See, this whole time I've been under the impression it was a building.
No.
Why would it be a building?
I mean, mistakes
I don't
happen. Misheard or
Hey.
something.
Bear's Heart, my mind goes to like cozy den tavern situation.
It is that.
It is a cozy den.
It is a cozy den. It's 100% a cozy den.
But it's not a building.
No. There's
They
buildings in
probably have-
it.
I suppose you can think of it like Washington is not a building, it's a city.
Yeah. Well, it's not that big, but yeah, basically.
It's absolutely got like a longhouse in there.
Salcom's question was effectively boiling down to what's my fastest way of getting there and freeing the place off the ice.
Okay.
But I feel
So-
like that might be a wasted question.
I mean, if you ask that, I have an answer for you right now, and it's not trolly. As easy as it would be to be like, teleportation! I'm not going to do that to you.
I think it's a good question.
Though he could offer that before elaborating.
Yeah, fair.
Teleportation, but I'm not an asshole.
Honestly, yeah. Salcom
If I really was an
asked
FBD, I would tell you to teleport, but I'm not, so blah 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 blah.
Well, go ahead, ask it.
So it's... I have to go there, and it's buried under ice and snow, and it's the only way for me to reconnect with the mother bear. I need to know, what is my fastest way to get there and to free Bear's Heart of the ice and snow?
Teleportation and dragonfire. I can elaborate if you like.
Yes, please.
Like, leans forward slightly. You want to ride?
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Well then.
Had to throw mine in there.
I'm sorry. Where's just that like multi-voiced "oh shit" voice clip?
Someone clip all these oh shits.
Yeah.
So we can do like a 5-part harmony.
I'm sorry. Leans forward. You want to ride? Sock 'em. Lightning sparks from every tattoo.
He's got the fucking Quagsire smile.
If
He's-
you're serious, yes, absolutely.
I'm serious, but you've got bigger concerns.
I do.
Yes.
If you want to go, we can go.
How
You're
long would it
needed in
take?
Waterdeep. All of you. Your journey is just beginning.
Sure. But if this is important to you.
Could we come back, or at least talk him, and take you up on that offer?
a good question.
It's not so
Nice.
simple.
Can I fight a giant without Mother Bear?
We can fight a giant.
It's not the giants that should concern you. You're more than capable of taking on the giants. His eyes drifts down to the lance.
Yeah.
Right. I
think we'll
definitely-
need Mother Bear
Def-
for that.
Yeah.
I can get you up there, Sorghum, and I can melt the ice in the valley. But your kin will not be happy to see you, and less happy to see me.
Yeah, we kind of have a reputation to fix.
That is a different chapter of your story. And it will take a long time for you to get back on track, and there is a chance that it will cause a great deal of damage in the meantime. You should think carefully before you take such an offer.
I mean, if it's buried like you say it is, it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
And if this is about reconnecting with the spirit of... And I think he, like... Yeah, I think he says, if this is about reconnecting with the spirit of Snorri, then perhaps it's time to explore other options.
I have so much to ask Sockham later, dear God. There's a lot to unpack.
I guess I do need to think a little bit more about it.
If you go up there, Esau will have your scent.
Esau?
Esau.
Oh no.
I don't think
Oh.
Socko knows why. But
Does that name ring
that just puts
any?
that I don't think Sockham knows why, but that name puts a pit of anger and fear in his stomach.
Oh, it absolutely should, 100%.
Do we know that name?
No,
I think Brain looks down at us like that sounds far too similar to Mathor. Hey, no, that's the wrong character. Malar.
I'm guessing a history check won't do anything here.
you can make a history check, you'll have disadvantage.
Yeah, I don't think Rock would have a reason to know who that is.
I think, like, Pierce is about the only one who could make this check.
Yeah. He reads a lot. He's a nerd.
Actually,
I just-
no, Salt can make this check because you spent a lot of time in Rashal's shop.
Like, I personally,
Oh wow.
You've not heard that name,
His-
Pierce.
Nuffle
you
says
said?
no.
Go ahead, Gamsey.
You said history?
Yep. Not a name you know.
I don't know who that is, but I know that I hit them.
Don't know that name.
We
But
can
it makes
look into it.
Doesn't ring
It
any bells
makes-
for me either.
my knuckles itch.
This is a name you might know. Esau Alasbane.
Ed,
Oh, Yeah.
oh no.
So
That might
That
be a mom
don't-
conversation.
that don't make the boy happy.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
Ayla's Bane.
This does not spark joy.
You
So
you said Ayla's Bane?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think Sockham like looks at Rockham.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
gonna
already
fucking-
looking at you.
I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Well, you have to compete with Runyak for that.
I'll kick his
I'm
ass too.
taking a
Who's
note of that
Roniak?
name.
I feel like I'm missing a lot.
Runiak,
We have a lot of questions to
Filio.
ask.
Are there any other names we should know?
That you should know? No.
I'll be honest, I was only putting two and two together, thinking, like, okay, this names sound familiar. Is that like the champion of Malar?
Watch Vom. It'll make more sense.
Hmm?
Aye, see, I haven't watched Vom yet, and I still fucking put the two and two together about it.
Watch Vom. It'll make more sense.
Okay, so we can keep going, but you guys need to talk amongst yourself for about 10 minutes. I gotta go take care of the cats. It's up to you.
That's
Go
fine.
take care of the cats.
Yeah.
Okay, talk
Go
amongst
take care of cat.
yourselves, theory craft, think up questions, all that good stuff. If you guys are good to go for another hour, that's fine. I gotta go deal with this.
Okay.
Oh,
Anytime.
Oh god.
while the fox is up real quick, could I speculate just a little bit on the whole dragon thing?
Sure.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Since the fox mentioned experimentation, what if the dragonkin aren't born so much as they are made?
So I'm
Oh,
wondering.
most-
That's
Well-
a disturbing thought.
Then we're doing those people a service, frankly.
Now, I
Yeah,
want
at that point, it's almost mercy kill, isn't it?
Is the big weapon?
Almost.
Is the big weapon a lance or a
Feel
harpoon?
like it's like a lance.
It's a lance. Lances
Okay,
are
I
a
wrote
lot
down
bigger than you
harpoon.
might think.
It's
Yeah, the
literally called a
fucking-
dragon lance, I think.
I was
Yeah,
just making
he
sure
said
the,
it
the
was-
word harpoon was thrown around, so I had to make sure.
They said it was hooked like a harpoon, but it's a
Gotcha.
lance.
Yeah, it's basically a
So-
barbed lance, is what it
Might-
is.
Can I use lances?
I believe lances are a martial weapon.
Yeah, I can use martial arts.
Yeah.
We're good.
I'm actually kind of curious of something.
Yo.
I'm curious, like, if I were to cast like fucking lightning bolt through this thing as a focus, I'm curious what it would do.
We go out into a field and we well, not a field, but somewhere that won't light
We
on
go
fire.
out to Golden Field, and
We go
test
somewhere
it
away
against
from
the fucking-
civilization.
We
and
test
try
it
that.
against the hill giants.
There you go.
Let us
Cast
agree
it at the
to
castle in the
never
sky.
find out.
Or here's a
Oh,
better
God.
idea. Why don't you cast it at the fucking Emerald Golem that we need to take out?
I have a theory about this.
Oh my god.
There's an
I
idea.
think normally it is just a lance, but when you hit a dragonoid with it, something happens. I think that's what this is.
Well, yeah, he just said that it removes
Yeah, I
the
don't think-
protection they've got.
Plus
I
one
don't
lance
think
of
you like
dragon
cast a
flame.
spell on
Yeah.
it. I think that's what it does.
From what I'm understanding about the way this magic craft works, is the lance itself is a reagent.
Yeah.
It reacts to different magical elements, like a chemical reaction.
Mm-hmm.
A dragon itself is one of the magic elements it can react with.
Maybe, yeah. We'll have to test this.
For example, hydrogen can react with oxygen, but hydrogen can also react with let's say a magic third level spell that does a lot of damage, a lot of d6s. That is sodium that it can react with. Each reaction does something different.
But it's always consistent.
Yes.
So I guess another question is, what is our focus once we're done here? We go into the sewers, or we?
Sewers.
Can we
Yeah,
get that
definitely.
dodge?
Yeah, I think we have time before the end of the night, because the sun was just setting, but there's time in the night.
I love how we said we were going to try and get to the sewers and we didn't go to the sewers.
I know, right? We just
That's
a portal
because
opened.
someone
And
Well,
decided to fucking summon a dragon.
We
The
decided to
God
go.
kind of took a while.
I
Yeah.
didn't intend to summon like Dragon Mini King.
You have
And-
no right to ever say Salcom isn't cool again.
Yeah,
Right?
that was. Yeah, this has been amazing. Just saying.
Like, ever. At all, Gamzee.
Yeah,
it won't be this week because I need time, but I need to ask Sockham some questions at some point.
Yeah,
Ask
really?
him now.
The only
Yeah,
time
I
you
need
can
time to come
say
up with
stock isn't cool is when you're literally in the plane of fire.
Yeah.
Basically, I need time to like write the questions down and think of it because even Rock mini character needs time to put it all together. That's my excuse.
Okay, that's cool.
To be
I do
fair,
better when I've had time to
Malcolm
prepare.
kind of just silently took up the mantle of being a Skald as far as Rockham knows.
I mean, I left for an afternoon and
Nothing silent about it.
Yeah.
Like, to Rockham's perspective, Sockham just suddenly went through an entire fucking character arc.
pretty much, yeah.
He's
Yeah, because you
he's
do it
suddenly-
with time paused.
I
every
heard a lot
time.
of shit happen last session. That's why I didn't watch it. I'm gonna watch it after this one. But I wanted Rock to go with the mindset of he doesn't know what happened.
A good point is Sockham's taken to reading.
Yeah.
Sockham's not one that's been known to read.
I think Pierce is going to ask about that next, actually, when we leave here. It's like, why are you spending so much time in Rachel's shop? This isn't like you. Which, you being a storyteller now, I mean, you were before, but more so now. I'm interested to see where Salt goes.
Same. I gotta figure out where Rock's gonna go from here. Especially now that his whole I'm gonna try communing with Wolf when we get home isn't gonna really work out.
I mean, it might, because Jara is wolf,
All right, I'm back.
but Jara is
Welcome
also
back.
a representative of wolf.
Thank you guys for keeping things moving while I was gone.
No problem.
Mhm.
Are the kitters good?
Awesome.
Tears are happy and
Hooray
they're
for
fed.
Jitters.
I wonder if attunement with this thing is any different than our attunement.
That's what I'm wondering too. It's a good idea.
Given it's big enough that only the twins can wield it, this is going to make things interesting.
I mean, if it's like our attunement, it would resize. To
So, which of you
wielder.
two are going to attune it?
I mean, I was gonna fuck around with it on the Sokka monster.
I
I
mean,
mean, I'll let
Let-
cast
wait.
into it.
Let me try something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna use a first level spell slot. Actually, wait. Would I? Okay. Would identify do something here? This is different magic.
I can't answer that.
You gotta find out.
Yeah, let's fuck it. Expend the spell
Let's-
slot.
Press the button.
Okay.
Link the
Push
spell,
the
please.
Whatever.
Ending number 3 of Don't Touch Anything.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just realizing that's kind of a deep reference I just made.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. Okay. You learn its properties and how to use them. This is a Mithril Lance, imbued with, effectively, Wormbane, which is not a spell in the Faerunian lore.
No, that is not. Ooh.
It does require attunement to use, and it does not have any charges. It was created by a mix of mundane forging and spell weaving along a white-black axis that you are not familiar with. The closest terminology I could use would be craft divine item spell.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It currently does not have any spells affecting it.
This item in particular would be a really
What
bad
about-
example considering how strange it is. But is
I
it
don't-
possible to reverse engineer a spell from an enchanted item?
Yes!
Cool.
Basically, only an artificer can do it, but yes!
I mean, I'm heading that direction.
There you are.
So what about how? Okay, there was how to use them in there, so I don't think you touched that one.
No, I didn't. It's a martial weapon.
I mean,
You
fair.
poke it with the pointy end.
You poke it with a pointy end. Okay.
Actually,
When you cast the spell, it literally tells you that.
I was more thinking about not just the martial weapon portion of it, but you mentioned it could also be used as a focus.
Yeah?
But that's a gamble.
It's a gamble.
a Gambleson?
Okay,
You
that
heard
was
the-
good timing. Bravo.
You heard the bard. Pass it here.
I'm guessing I would need to be attuned to it to use it as a focus.
Correct. Most foci do not require attunement in that way. Most arcane foci do not require attunement in that way.
That is interesting. And a very different way of going about a focus.
For the record, it's a divine focus.
A divine focus.
It's a holy symbol.
We should put no magic through this ever.
So Connie really could use that.
Wait, I have
I
another
will-
question. Would I be able to put my magic through it if it's divine in nature, not
Yeah.
arcane? And
You can put.
Okay.
You can put. You just can't use it as an arcane focus.
I just can't use it as arcane focus. I could channel magic through it, but I can't.
You can also channel magic through your bird, dude.
I mean, fair.
But the bird is arcane in nature.
Okay, fine. You could channel arcane through your brother, dude. That doesn't mean you should, but you can. That-
Now,
Like what I just said is effectively rituals.
It's.
You do not know what god it is a symbol of.
Okay. I imagine I get a mental image, but it means absolutely nothing to me.
No.
Nothing.
Nope. You have not unlocked this character yet in a fighting game.
Okay.
I have a dumb
Just
idea.
a silhouette.
Mm-hmm.
I like dumb ideas.
Mine are always the worst. So here's today's.
You understand the
It's
literal
got
meaning of any
runes
spoken
in a
language that you hear.
language.
You also understand any written language. No, this is not.
You said that there were runes on it in a language we didn't recognize.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then I made the English speaker trying to read Sanskrit comparison.
Right.
You would
this
sit with.
not translate?
No, like, let me ask you this: if you inspect the element of a website, can you read that?
Yeah, somewhat.
I
It's,
can't.
it's that.
Oh, so
Like, you
it's,
can
so
visually-
it's trying to read code.
Yes.
So
That-
if you so it's not something that is meant to translate wouldn't get you the information because it's already in a comprehensible form. You just have to understand the means of comprehension.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
deep.
that is severely unique.
Yes, it is.
This is cool
It's
as
from
hell.
a different plane. What do you want from me?
No,
It's still cool
get
as
it,
hell.
good. You are playing this up beautifully. As always, a bard.
Well, thank you.
Is it 2 minute 1 hour, 8 hours?
It's an hour.
I mean, get started, Beers. Gonna be
I
here in a
can't
minute.
wield this yet.
Unless you want to do it, Rock.
I mean,
I
I
said you
offered to
wanted
do
to
it if
follow.
Pierce wanted to fuck with it, so.
I can't wield this. I can't carry it.
I mean-
there's no point in me attuning to it.
Lawrence
Want me
would
to try?
probably go for it.
Like, maybe one day when we're in a safe spot, I could attempt to attune to it to see if it resizes to me, but
I just say we have Rockham do it.
Are we fine to be here for an hour?
Or
Looking over
would
the
you rather
forge.
we do this elsewhere, turning to our host?
I do prefer my solitude, admittedly,
Yeah,
but I'm not going to be an ungracious host. Though,
Just
you have a world to save.
Yeah, we can do
nothing.
this.
To
Like,
that
absolutely.
end, I do need a definitive. Am I taking you to the spine of the world or not? It will
What's
very
this up?
likely cost me my life.
No. No. No.
there's plenty of tales, Salcom, that you can pull on for inspiration.
I'll make my own. I'll find my own path up there wearing boots made of a goddess.
In that case, let me offer you some sage advice. This is free, mind you. It's something one of your kin taught me. Small strike, tempered with wisdom, can fell a giant. Which is almost the inscription of Al's Pinion.
Right?
Nice.
Speaking of ancient Goliath wisdom, where'd you get that axe, young man?
My paw gave it to me.
Do you mind?
Can't keep it, but you can see it. Yeah.
And I'll trade you a wish for it.
No.
I'm joking. May I see it?
Yes, of course.
You hold it out to him?
Yeah.
He takes it, turns it over in his hands. Holds it back out to you. I see.
What is it?
He coded it before it gave it to you.
What?
It's misaligned. The puzzle is unsolved.
There's a
What do you mean?
Oh, beg pardon?
there's a puzzle?
Puzzle?
Yes. It's an elvish trick weapon.
Pierce will take a look
What?
over his shoulder and take a close look at it.
Can you read giant?
Let me check. I think I can.
I think
Wait,
You could speak giant.
As soon
Written
as
giant
that
is a secret language like thieves can.
Yeah. As soon as that's said, Sokkam's looking at this thing again. Like,
I think Pierce could read the tomb that's had giant written in giant.
Yeah.
Pierce
but
could read
wasn't-
that.
That was Goliath.
Yeah, that was
giant.
dwarvish
That's not-
script. That wasn't giant runes.
Mm.
I know. I also have giant, so I could look over your shoulder, I guess.
Again, you guys can speak giant.
We don't know proper giant.
You can read giant words written in dwarvish script, which is what the Goliath use. You cannot translate giant words. It's a secret language like Druidic.
Would comprehend languages apply here?
Yes.
I know
Sokka-
someone has that spell.
Yeah. Sokkam like
Do I know what
reaches
an
up.
elvish trick weapon is?
Make a history check. Actually, make an arcana check.
Sokkam reaches up to his face, push it, like those little tiny monocle glasses appear,
Mm-hmm.
and as he like does the motion for pushing them up,
Mhm.
casting comprehend.
Hold that thought.
Yep.
Piercival.
Yes.
With a 27,
Uh-huh.
Nicely done.
it is an ancient, very secret art. We're talking pre-spell plague items, but it's a type of lock that uses logic and what the elves refer to as true magic to get at secrets. True magic being like the will of a person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically a locking mechanism, but it's not necessarily for a physical. For example,
Okay.
if there might be a box with a puzzle lock on it, and if you undo it, it might open the box, or it might reveal the keyhole.
Okay.
On a weapon, usually it's like, think of it like chakras. If you align the chakras, something happens.
Okay.
So it's a little puzzle box, a little speak, friend, and enter.
A little bit. It's like you would do something to the axe. It could be applying a reagent to it. It could be configuring like markings somehow. It could be like, twisting a hidden lever. It might reveal a hidden compartment. It might reveal like a spell gem socket. It might give it a magical effect. There might be a spell on it and you're realigning the runes. It's hard to say.
Basically, it could be anything from there's a puzzle on the face of the axe to it needs a spell cast on it.
Correct. It could be you need to bring 3 keys before these gates before they open.
Alright, I'll go get the beholder eye stock.
I'll go get I have the bronze dragon skill on me.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Who has the cask of dwarven ale?
I think we drank that.
You absolutely drank that. I distinctly remember you guys were like, let's celebrate, let's drink the cask of Dwarven Ale. I
Yeah, right.
100% remember that.
Yup.
We can get more. It's fine.
No, we can't. Grim is on fire.
I mean, put it out first.
There are dwarves in Waterdeep.
There's dwarves in Waterdeep, and I'd be
Okay.
very surprised if
So,
Durnan didn't have a supply.
Sokam, comprehend languages reveals that the spidering lightning bolts and cloudburst on the blade extend under the wrappings on the handle. And if you remove those wrappings, you see a series of 7 discs around the handle, kind of like a child's rattle that can move.
It's an elvish trick weapon is like a puzzle weapon almost. You find a solution, or you do a series of actions, and it changes. It creates an effect. There's a slot that opens.
Is there anything?
These things
on
were
the ring?
interesting. to me in
Yes,
school.
there
I've
are
learned
things
about
on the
them.
rings.
Sorry, Nightfall.
Oh, you're fine. Pierce is just blabbering about what an elvish trick weapon is.
It's actually perfect.
Yeah, that's in character. Yeah.
All right. Do the
So-
do the
You,
Do
you
the
said
next-
that they're- sorry.
To be clear, when I say elvish trick weapon, what you need to hear is old elvish trick
Yeah.
weapon. Like, this is not something that if you go to, like, Fala, for example, and be like, we have a trick weapon, Fala will be like, oh, cool, it's, you know, da-da-da-da-da.
Down, up, down, left, right.
Exactly, it's the Konami code. No, you take us to Fala, and Fala's like, holy fuck, you
I
have
will-
one of those. Like,
I will tell you
Pierce
everything in this
probably
building.
like he probably found one line referencing elvish trick weapons in a book in his old school's library, and
this is
went
the
on a-
type of thing that Irithyr will stab you for. Like,
Burn it.
yeah,
like straight,
Irithyr
like
would-
straight. If Irithyr finds out you have this, it's like, I don't know who you are. I'm just gonna kill you and take your axe. Like,
yeah.
So-
He doesn't care how important you are to. Well, he might care about how important you are to the stars. He might check first.
yeah,
But that's your only saving grace.
yeah, no, like, this is like a random elf finds out you have a trick weapon. That's basically the same as like you walk into an archaeologist convention with a working map to Atlantis.
Oh wow.
You'll just be
You
killed
are
and they will take
boned,
out your
sir.
corpse.
But you said that there are things on the rings.
Yeah,
What are they?
scratches, markings. They're broken up.
dude, you said the rings move, right?
They're designed to move, is what I said.
Can Sockum like do the markings look like they'd line up if you
They-
moved the rings too?
They might.
This is my freaking wedding ring where you just spin things.
Sockham's probably gonna fiddle with it and try to make the markings line up if they can.
Wait, what does the inscription say, Sockum?
Thought we couldn't read it.
He casts comprehend languages.
Oh, that's right.
Not
Do the rings
exactly.
move like a combination lock, or is it a
Correct.
up and down the shaft?
Yeah.
It is, well, it is like a combination lock, yes.
Gotcha.
I didn't exactly get words.
No, there's an inscription where the axe
Oh,
head
is
meets
there?
the haft. Yeah?
Oh,
What does it say, Chief?
It says, no mountain will bar your way.
yeah. Whoever
And,
that
and
was that
for the
asked-
record, it's not written in Elvish.
Right. Whoever it was that asked, Sockham's like, oh, right, I didn't look, did I? And then he reads it, he just kind of stops. No mountain stand in your way,
Bar your way.
bar your way. My bad.
Hmm.
And,
Does-
Rock, you're sitting beside your brother?
Yeah.
There's an inscription on the other side as well.
I don't. Like, I'll point it out, but I don't think I can read it. Yes, I have it.
It is a havoc.
Yeah.
Hello, Havoc.
Well,
Yeah,
can you read Goliath? Can you read Dwarvish Giant?
I have giant in my language list. I don't have dwarven.
Oh, no, that's fine. Like, it uses the Dwarven alphabet.
Yeah, our Goliath, our giant
Yes.
uses Dwarven.
So, your side, Rockham, says, excuse me, it says, banish the blizzard.
Banish the blizzard.
What?
Oh, he like points it out to Sockum.
Twirls the axe,
Yeah.
looks the other side.
So
Oh.
one side says, no mountain will bar your way, and the other side says, banish the blizzard.
So the inscription has nothing to do with the puzzle.
You don't know that?
Not necessarily. Maybe it's
I mean, oh wait, no, no,
maybe it's an anagram or something.
maybe.
I can't exactly say for sure. It may be some kind of clue to the answer, or
Can I see the puzzle
Maybe-
and the moving pieces?
maybe it alludes to what it does.
Why did Snorri move the mountain?
What?
Why did Snorri move the mountain?
He didn't move the mountain. He stopped it from moving.
Gotcha.
He caught it because it was getting ready to fall on a orphanage?
A village.
Gotcha.
Village.
A mountain was coming down, and they were evacuating the village, but they weren't going quick enough. So Snorri held up the mountain until they got clear, and then got crushed by it.
Gotcha. I was just gonna ask if there were any heroes that, like, tunneled through a mountain or, like, banished a blizzard.
That's
It's a good question.
a good question. Are there any Goliath, heroes that have done that?
I recommend you ask the gold dragonborn bookworm sitting 2 feet from you.
Probably. Yeah. The one with a million books in the shop.
Yeah. Yeah, Falcon probably looked at fucking Rashal rocking the same type of glasses as him.
Yeah.
Rashal,
Mm.
do you know if there's ever been a Goliath or a hero at large that banished a blizzard?
Not off my head, no. Though the construction of that device is rather new. That is not an ancient weapon that you're carrying. I would imagine it was purpose-built, Master Sokol.
A thought came into my mind.
Mhm.
The place you're trying to get to, Sockham, isn't it covered in ice and snow? Is there a
Yeah.
blizzard there?
We were talking about how the north is in a permanent winter, so yes.
See, now you're thinking with portals.
When in doubt,
They could,
carve a
they could be
path.
related. Yeah.
Excuse me just a moment, I have another phone call. Talk amongst yourselves.
May I take a look at that puzzle, Sokam?
Feel free.
Got
So,
moving pieces. Supposedly they align with each other. Well, give me a minute. I might be able to try and figure something out.
Sure.
Well,
Take your
hey,
time.
don't solve my puzzle.
Do you break the weapon?
I mean,
And
if
Lawrence
you
is
wish,
peering over,
if you wish to do it yourself, I have no problem with that.
And I'm
I'll
back.
take
Thank you,
that.
guys.
I'll take
What?
help, but don't solve it for me. Come on.
Absolutely, I don't mind helping you.
Though, if
But-
it's Elvish made, I suppose it's also worth asking if Banish the Blizzard would mean anything to the elves.
That's a good point. Is there something that's known as the blizzard? Like a creature or something?
The only thing I'd be able to think of off the top of my head would be something like Ice Wind, but
Icewind or Aurel the Frost Maiden. Both enemies of Clan Groll, it should be noted.
it's true.
I see. Well, let's give that puzzle a try, Sokam.
Right. What's your idea?
Well, most of the time with puzzles with moving parts, you start by moving it around and seeing if anything starts to click together. But I see that there are lines on here. So we'd want to find matching lines on the artifacts that match
Make a
in any
dexterity
sort of
check.
way.
I'm assuming you're fiddling with it.
Yes, I may
Make a
move it
dexterity
around.
check.
Dexterity.
You got this.
Okay.
Probably.
Only 3 of the rings move.
Only 3 of the rings. Okay.
The other 4 seem to be locked.
What arrangement are they in?
Ring toss? So they're stacked along the haft, if that's what you're asking.
So maybe a few of them are already set and where they're meant to be.
The
Possibly.
bottom three, the three furthest from the axe head, are the ones that can move.
Do the other ones seem to be set in any particular configuration?
Not that you can
Like-
tell.
That makes sense.
Also, does it seem like they're stuck or they're just locked like that?
More important,
Tactilely speaking, Connie, is there a difference?
Yes.
yeah.
Go on.
When something is locked in position, when you attempt to move it, you can generally feel the mechanism holding it. If something is stuck, you can feel the loose mechanism, but it's also
It still doesn't budge.
giving a unique kind of resistance.
That's mechanical. This
Yes.
is magical.
I see.
That's fair.
So for all you know, you might
can-
actually need to do something to unlock the other ones.
I have a dumb question.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite.
I could do it as a ritual non-expended spell slot, but identify would potentially tell me how to do this. But I'd hate to go around a puzzle like that.
I don't
You
know if it
assume the
would.
Lord let you.
That would be kind of cutting the Gordian knot.
It
And
would.
Identify might just say, this is an axe.
Hey,
Here's the
hey! Cutting the Gordian knot was good enough for Alexander.
Fair.
Okay, to be fair,
Walks up, pulls out sword, hacks rope. I am king now.
The
one of
question is,
Alexander's heroes was a naked man living in a barrel.
Go ahead, Nightfall.
the question is, yes, Pierce could do it. Would Sockham let him? Because he said, "Don't solve my puzzle."
Oh, I'm
Pierce would do it if asked, but you just told him not to solve it for you, so he's gonna help you.
not entirely sure what Sockham would say to that.
Like, Pierce isn't gonna bring up, but you know Pierce can identify magic items like that.
Right.
You can always let him identify it, and then if you're stumped, ask for a hint.
Yeah.
It'll take 10 minutes, because I'm gonna do it as a ritual and not use more spell slots.
Right.
If I do it.
Keep in mind, we're also kind of guessing someone's house right now.
Right.
Yeah, we should probably head out at some point.
Some point.
Before I start fiddling with this, we should stop imposing on our kind host.
Yeah, we really didn't mean to... Well, I was about to say drag you out here, but more so we dragged ourselves in here. You know what I mean, right?
Your meteor is about done.
It's not done yet.
And Lawrence's ears perk up like, ooh.
Yeah, you look over, and sitting where the sphere was are 5, like, ingots of metal, like, actually squared off ingots. 3 on the bottom, 2 on the top. Of adamantine.
Cool!
And Lawrence is just smiling like, well.
Looks like you've got some raw material to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. This
If
will
I might
be-
make a suggestion, Forge Master.
By all means and measures, please.
Gestures at the lance in front of him.
Reinforce or remake?
He just kind of shrugs.
You has
So make this one.
Right?
wait.
Make no mistake. You're being drawn into a war that spans multiple planes of existence. Best arm yourselves.
True.
In
Lawrence.
retrospect, I guess we could have asked which plane is involved.
Lawrence,
We can look. We can
Yes.
research.
your workshop offers you whatever it is you need to accomplish a task. You just have to do it, correct?
Yeah.
I bet there are some stipulations, like some supplies are locked behind requests to Gond, which will require you to complete a task for him
Yes.
to fill the work
I'm
order.
I'm
Like 5
absolutely
ingots of adamantine,
sure.
for example.
But if the process for creating a thing we need is locked behind information that we can't get ordinarily, Gond may be able to help us.
Don't rely on the divine.
Yeah, and Lawrence
you
was
know.
about to say the same thing. It was
That's boring, Nightfall, frankly.
That's fair.
And Lawrence's reaction would be, the last thing I want to do is impose on Lord God.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't really want to
Yeah.
piss anyone
Like,
off.
realistically, Gond, Moradin, Pelor, Sarenrae, like all these fools, like they could just fix the campaign.
Yeah, but that would be
Yeah.
Yeah, it's boring.
And what would we do?
Exactly.
And Lawrence,
Like,
now that we've been dealing with
you
this,
got a cool set piece, you met a cool NPC, but ultimately, what did you get out of this encounter? A spear.
Information.
Information.
And a spear.
Yeah.
Like,
Baklava.
and baklava. Like that's how I like to do things like this. Like, don't be like, oh, I have a connection to Gond. Let me just go ask him for like, just get that out of your head.
No.
You gotta be respectful about it.
And besides that, this is a new challenge for Lawrence, and that's something he's now looking forward to. So, yeah.
If you ever need someone to work the bellows, I got you.
Oh, this is gonna require me to
That
go back.
being
You
said,
cannot work this adamantine at your forge.
Was
Oh,
wondering
I
about-
can't?
No. Think about what it took to just purify it.
Oh, crap.
Volcano field trip? That's where my brain went.
I will, regardless of what process you need to recreate this, I wonder if I could learn basic spellcraft of this nature. It's different, follows different rules, stipulations.
That is precisely how you should be thinking, young wizard.
It doesn't. Our magic may not pierce the shell of these dragonkin, but the magic of their world may be able to.
Keep in mind, the magic of this weapon is ancient even to them.
But even though you said it wasn't a Rosetta Stone, it lays out rules for this type of spellcraft. A baseline.
Quite so.
Think you can figure out the entire system from there?
It would take years,
Exactly.
but
We don't have years. Not right now.
it took me a few months to learn my first cantrip. I think I can handle it.
I don't know much about
Maybe-
spells, but that seems very different.
One small
Maybe-
question: where am I dropping you?
Oh,
Right back where we were. I
Probably back
suppose.
and forth.
actually, wait.
Huh?
Weren't we going to?
You want him to drop
Yeah,
us in
no.
the sewers?
No. You're right. Frosco.
Tosco?
The map.
would've
Tosco
sug-
Alley.
I
Or
would have
would we-
suggested Nightstone, but all right.
Wait, why Nightstone?
Oh, no reason. He's already like waving his hand to open a portal.
Do we want to go to where the? Do we want to get dropped somewhere closer to the statue, or?
I think we're already being dropped.
No,
Yeah, you're right.
He's
no,
over-
yeah, you can stop him.
I mean, I'm
Oh
fine.
wait,
Did we
I-
manage to figure out where it likely was from the maps? We didn't actually get a conclusion on that.
what do I know about Nightstone? He just mentioned that name.
Make a history check.
I feel like that name's come up before. That could be bullshit.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yes, but maybe not in this campaign.
I
Well,
can't
it would
remember
have to
from
be this
where.
campaign because otherwise Brightwind wouldn't know about it. He doesn't watch Bomb.
Yeah. I'm trying to avoid certain connections because.
Would you like that one or that one?
Yeah, right. Brightwind, you should watch Bomb. It's great.
It is great.
Connie, why'd you roll?
I keep resetting this. It does it every time.
Mostly because it rung a bell and I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember if Connie heard the name or not.
Nightstone is a little like logging town in the forest about a week from Waterdeep. Not really particularly important. It's got an interesting, like, stone in it. It's obsidian carved with runes, but...
Oh no.
Wait, why would you mention Nightstone? It's just a logging town, save for a stone with runes.
That's the question, isn't it? So, where am I dropping you?
I mean, I have no issue with just being dropped at the forge unless anyone else has places.
I mean, if a dragon who knows this much about this much says we should probably go to Nightstone, we might want to go to Nightstone.
What, immediately?
Where's Nightstone again?
We've also got the
It's about a
sewers to
week
go
outside of
through.
Waterdeep.
It's a bit of a walk back to Waterdeep afterwards.
So it sounds like we have a path. Go to Golden Fields and then go straight to Nights.
Or you can go to Nightstone and then go to Golden Fields on your way back to Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Nightstone was where your castle in the sky killed everyone.
What?
Oh!
I'm sorry, what?
So, about
Lawrence's
this
head
spell...
just jerks up.
We're going to Nightstone, aren't we?
You are welcome. I'm considering the merits of going straight to Blackstaff Tower.
I'm sure they'd love us just appearing out of nowhere.
By the way, this is not information that you didn't already have.
Oh,
So
I
that's
didn't.
new
I didn't
Bravo.
think Pierce didn't have that information or not. I didn't
he
know
does?
if he did or not. Okay, then never mind.
Let it be known, Sockham has not stopped fiddling with those rings.
Oh, make a
That's
dexterity check.
I didn't know it was that relevant. I would have mentioned it sooner. My apologies.
It's all good.
Not a dexterity save.
It'll,
Oh, my bad.
Yep.
You said a check?
A check.
And you inspire yourself.
I hope it doesn't trigger a save.
Well, we'll find
It
out.
might. His when he rolls a natural 20, it does call him for a save.
Lightning everywhere.
No, if anything, it would be in that one.
Okay, you're fiddling with it. We'll circle back to that.
Okay.
So, right, portal. Troll Skull
That's
Alley then.
good. I'd
Hi.
say so.
Yeah.
Are
let's just
are
go there, guys.
we going into the sewer?
I can drop you in the
we need to-
sewers if you like.
Let's just
Not
go with Troll
for
Skull.
me, Master Forge, if you like. I would appreciate if it's not a great expenditure. A secondary trip to my shop.
Just drop us in Troll School. It's right there.
Very well. Too bad about Nightstone.
And if everyone's dead, then
That's what you were told.
I squint.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, Lawrence is squinting too. It's like, wait a minute.
You
Are
fucking
we
mother-
sure we don't want to go to Nightstone, guys?
I'm fine going wherever you guys want to go. I just don't want to take all day to decide it.
You know, I'm sorry.
I've got most of my spells.
my God.
I just expended a few.
Sir Forge, you are a tease. And
Now you sound like my ex-wife.
I oh my god.
You have an ex-wife?
I have several.
He's a dragon.
Hmm.
You know what? That's fair.
Let's.
I'd like to go to Nightstone. What about you guys?
I'm afraid the KnightLites are kind of a package deal. I'll be happy
Yeah,
to drop Miss Rosnar. Excuse you, I'm wearing a mask. And Master
Dragon.
Rashol back in the city, but the six of you, I'm afraid only one destination will suffice.
You know what? We may not be ready for it, but fuck it, right?
You could also say Golden Fields.
When have we ever been prepared for anything?
Got a point.
We do tend to, fly by the seat of our pants.
Unfortunately, I wish I could prepare some better spells, but I think what I have will do.
I'm still fresh if you guys are up for it.
Yeah. Lawrence is not in a long. Quick side note, Bright just informed me his computer shut off.
Okay. So?
So, are we...
Nightstone?
Nightstone.
Nightstone.
Oh, that is then.
Brayden,
Sorry,
Pierce?
Braden.
Let's
Nightstone
go.
is-
Let's go to Nightstone.
Brayden?
I said it 3 times now. Nightstone it is.
You didn't come through!
I caught it on the
Blame your
last.
mic.
Okay,
Sorry.
who is carrying the lance?
I guess I will. 'Cause it
I
has
think
to, has to be one of the twins, and Rockham isn't here.
I think Rock was the one that was attuning to it, so
Yeah.
it's me, him.
So,
Oh, did he start? Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
So. Nope. This one. The dragon reaches out, runs, like his hand turns into a dragon claw, runs a hand in a circle in front of him. The air cracks open. You smell the scent of trees, and you feel the warmth of the evening sun in the quickly darkening forest. And he says, "Off you go. I'll have these two returned safe and sound."
Thank you again,
much.
Forge. If you ever feel like visiting Waterdeep, there'll be a drink waiting for you at the Good Night's Rest.
Thank you very much, our new friend.
Oh, which reminds me. And he, like, runs a finger along his eye like he's digging some funk out of it, and then he holds his palm out to sock him.
More scales?
No, it's like his palm appears to be empty.
What?
Look again.
Takes a closer look at his hand.
There is a single grain of sand resting in his palm.
Oh, shit.
That's cool.
Oh,
Is this the kind of holding out to like take?
Take
Or
it.
to
Yeah,
show?
take it.
I'm guessing
He'll
that's to get in
try to
touch with
take
him
it.
again.
Yeah, he'll try to take it.
Good luck, KnightLites.
and Lawrence, before, we get poofed, Lawrence will gather up the adamantine.
Oh, yeah.
How much does that weigh?
You need the dolly.
Oh, well, super dolly it is.
So,
Yeah,
no worries, Bretman, welcome back.
Wait, could you put it in my bag of holding?
Come back.
yes.
Oh, yeah, we could.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you put the adamantine in the bag of holding, Salcom takes the grain of sand, and poof, you're all standing on a trail in the forest. Immediately, you hear the ringing of a bell.
Bell ringing.
Let's move, guys.
You're standing along a forest path, which you're all familiar with. Like, it's a cobblestone forest path. It's paved. You're all familiar with this type of road because of where you live, and there's a wooden sign in front of you. Along the paved, one side says Waterdeep, and the other one, I forget what the name is, but it's not relevant. There's a dirt path that splits off up a hill through the trees, and it says Nightstone.
And we can hear the bell.
And you can hear the bell.
Which
Okay.
way's the bell coming from?
Make a survival check.
Yeah, I'm gonna start looking around, get our bearings.
Who can make the survival check?
Connie.
My wisdom is not that high. I went even
It
there.
is coming up the dirt path, Connie.
Cool. So yeah, her ears twitch and she says, "No survivors, my ass."
I mean,
Moving on.
Just
Let's
out
go
of
then.
curiosity,
Lawrence
I'm
is
gonna
right on
look
her
up
tail
if,
then.
Like,
I think Pierce is going to cast Mage Armor as he's running behind the two.
Okay.
Let me get my bow out.
And I think like the end of an episode of Pokemon, we see the animation shift to like an oil painting style, with Connie and Lawrence in the lead, Lawrence pulling out his shield, Pierce running behind them, gaining the mage armor, and the twins and Brayden setting off to a new adventure. And that's gonna be the last shot of our episode.
We're doing it.
Fucking A, right we are. Whew.
That was a fucking episode.
Thank you.
That was episode and a half. Holy
Yeah, that was
That
fun.
was
That was great.
I'm terribly sorry we said we were gonna go to the sewers.
Listen, I have learned with the NightLites by now. I go, hey, what are you guys gonna do? And they go, this, and then it's just the SpongeBob meme. 4 hours later.
In our defense,
In fairness, I was not
we weren't expecting the dragon to actually show up.
In our defense, I wasn't expecting to be traveling to a grain of sand today.
Exactly.
In my defense, Salcom's plan was golden flames.
What?
Not like gold dragon flames.
Oh.
Salcom's plan was golden dragon fire, not golden dragon, and his character is fire.
That took me a second.
Well said.
Gracie, give us a shout out.
Hey, I'm Britch Mila, aka Gracie. I do art and things for Kids channel. I love tabletops. I'm addicted to Minecraft. You like any of those things, give me a poke.
Bright Wending can give us a shout out, please.
Hi, I'm Bright Wind Ink. Sometimes I do art stuff. If you want to see that art stuff, you can see me at Bright Wind Ink on DeviantArt. I don't really use Facebook anymore, but I have one if you want to look at it. And other than that, just DeviantArt and Discord. Thanks for having me. It was very fun.
Delta 008, give us a shout out, please.
Well, I'm Delta, your resident Mad Scotsman. I'll get around to my side quest fucking eventually.
Sorry, no.
Sorry, bro.
At least we have information now.
True, we do have that information. Glad about that bit, but just things in front of it just keeps getting piled on. Either way, I'm around the Discord doing mod stuff, keeping the archives in check. If you ever need a hand with something, give me a shout and I'll see if I can help.
Guy Gamzelis, the Bard of Heroes, give us a shout out, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Guy Gamzelis, the Bard of Heroes, the teller of tales that need to be told. And if ever I'm needed, you can always find me in the Discord, in DMs, or on Twitter at the Homestuck Homie. Till next we meet, have a fantastic rest of your night. I almost forgot my fucking outro.
Yep, mood. Nightfall, give us a shout out, please.
Hello, I'm Nightfall the Kitsune. I do admin stuff and things around here for Kit. If you liked what I did here playing as Invoker Piercival Averil, I also play on Thursday nights as Killia Wolfwalker of Clan Roche.
Hey, I'm in that.
I'm in that too.
So, but don't forget to catch Tuesday's night show, which I think Gamzee's a part of, which is Crown of Fangs.
Come watch us die.
It is a meat grinder for a reason.
It is a meat grinder for a reason. You are
Side
correct.
note, important, Gracie, I need you to update some of my art for overlay at the end.
Huh?
I have a new image for me.
Okay. Oh, right.
Trace Burb, give us a shout out, please.
Hey guys, Trishka here. I'm a mod for Kids Discord, among other things. If you need something soft and fluffy knit, well, it is summer now, but winter is coming. On that note, summer is here, and if you're still planning on vacation, I have a knack for finances. So if you need help budgeting, feel free to hit me up anytime.
For my part, as ever, I am the Sharp-Eyed Kitsune, the teller of tales and the weaver of mysteries, the masked bard. This is the channel that is devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, and discussions of those things. So if that's your fancy, you're in excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoy your time with us. Excuse me. I stream every single day that my health permits me to do so, and we're rolling with advantage in 2021 and beyond, which is 2 chances to get saved in stream. I'll be back tomorrow with more side quests and fishing and Final Fantasy XV's reshoot in the afternoon, and then I've got a meeting that evening, plus some personal plans that are lining up, so it's going to be a half day for sure. We'll be back with more tabletop goodness on Tuesday with Decisive Action Crown of Fangs, our weekly D&D 5-point Fox-Fischl Tomb of Annihilation module playthrough with my own spin on things. Stop by if you like tabletop role-playing games, or if you don't know if you like tabletop role-playing games, we'd love to have you. For now, I need to get out of here. It's been a night, but as always, it's time to leave you with these parting words. From myself, my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to all of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers, whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember, there's always more stories to tell. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time for more Tales of the KnightLites and a new chapter. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hope to see you again soon.